Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 96. We've got John joining us tonight. He hasn't fallen asleep for his 13 hours tonight, so we've got him for how long, I don't know, but we'll see how he lasts. So we'll just cue the intros and make sure everything's working.
It was.
Okay, have we got sound? Let's go on. Hey, bye-bye. I have actually shortened the intro. But I like to cruise with the music and wait for people to join us. Right, hello, good to be back. So yeah, better switch back to the desktop. Pause that. So many command buttons you got to do when you do a stream. You'll be amazed what you have to do to make sure it all works perfectly. So hopefully the sound's working.
Sounds good.
Cool. Who we got on the side? Renee. How's it going? So yeah, you're having some problems with your bleeding gums. I bought one of those $30 US things from AliExpress called an oral irrigator. You don't need to use flossing anymore, and it screws.
Right.
You put fill it up, and then you put a wee drop of mouth freshener on it, and just blast all the gunk out your teeth and plaque. It's really good.
I'm waiting for mine to come in the mail. I ordered one about 2 weeks ago.
What, from AliExpress?
Yeah.
They're pretty cheap made though. That's the problem. My one's a portable one. It's got a big tank on it. I'm not sure if I actually showed it to you or not. Maybe I should bring up a picture for people to know what we're talking about. I know it's not part of UFOs, but still. I'd swear if you got gum problems, this is the thing to get.
Yeah.
Although sometimes they do bleed and you do spit out blood, you know, which is part of normal sign of that something's not going right in your mouth. So the more you do it, the better it gets, you know.
It's called pyrrhea.
Yeah, bacteria is everywhere, isn't it? Oral irrigator. I'm not even sure how to spell it. Not even sure if I typed it right because the font's so small. It even got a wiki on it. You could get amazing the price difference. If you buy one from the local store, it's about $200. You buy it from AliExpress, you get it for $30 US. The big difference, and you know, they sort of last a year generally before they go wrong. So $30 versus $200, which may go wrong also in a year.
Right.
They got this Aussie Jet one. So you got ones that look little cubes with a lot of fittings on them. And also it's got connections so you can actually do your sinuses. It's like a big plug thing that you press against your nostril. So $200, $250, but if you buy it similar Chinese clone of it to only like $60 US, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're good. It's like being at the dentist and just gets out all the. It's amazing what gunk it gets out between your teeth.
I actually had to use one of those when I was 14, and I broke my jaw, and my mouth was wired shut for 2 months, and I had no way to clean my teeth except for that.
Yeah, I wonder if I can find one.
Yeah, that was fun.
Well, I only heard about them last year, and I thought, geez, one had this since a kid because they're a damn good idea.
Yeah, they've been around since the 60s.
And I've also got a toothpaste holder. When you close the thing, it puts UV light on it, and it keeps the black mold off it. You know, because normally when you wash your brush out, mold starts to grow on it, and you got bacteria on your mouth. It kills all that bacteria, so you're not really reinfecting yourself every time you brush. So. Yeah, but they don't last long either, you know, a year before something plastic on it breaks, you know. But they're only like $10 to buy, and you just, I just hang it up on the mirror of a sucky. But you meant to screw it on the wall, as it tends to fall down. AliExpress.
And make darn sure you've got your mouth over the sink pointing down, because that thing will just fly everywhere.
Yeah. Well, you get used to it, yeah.
Yeah, you do. You do.
I don't know how easy it's going to go on here. I don't know.
But I was 14 years old, so ours was. I got it on the mirror quite a bit.
I bought mine when it was on special, I think it was.
Mine popped up on a Facebook ad.
Oh no, you never buy anything on Facebook. That's how you get ripped off. No, you never buy a Facebook. Always go to AliExpress directly.
Oh well, it was basically it was the Chinese clone. I'm like, I can deal with this. It's $35. I can do this.
So
no problem. So
let's see if I can find toothbrush UV thing. So these are the UV things. So just trying to see if my one's still available. They get more and more fancy looking. My one's like a cheap thing you can put toothbrushes in. But like this one here. But that's a portable one. It just turns on a UV light. Oh, here we go. One like this. Oh, they put up the price. I'd look around though, because I bought two for $20. So yeah, you can put your, electric toothbrush one in it as well as your razor, but you need to make sure it's screwed onto the wall. It's got little hookies on the end. But yeah, normally you don't need even an adapter now. You can just plug it straight into the wall. It's got a universal power thing. Normally American plug, or you can get Australian or whatever. So yeah, I buy a lot of my stuff from there, but it breaks down, so it ends up in landfill.
Oh, I'm curious, and this is again off topic, but kind of on what you're doing here. Do you guys use the same plug system as Britain does?
No, Britain's got a crazy plug system. It's bulky.
Yeah, they do.
It's bulky, and you can kill someone with one of their plugs because it's that thick on the pins.
Honest to God, yeah.
Yeah, they got a fuse built into all their plugs, which is not such a bad idea, but it must be more pain in the butt. We've got RPG or whatever it's called, where if you get even if you get a shock in the house, RPG, notice a sudden drop to ground, it will cut out all power to the house, which is good.
Oh well, yeah, sure. GFCI sockets.
Yeah. So how come it didn't come up here?
Yeah, the ones in Spain were funky. It was a round plug with two round prongs that would go on the wall, and they were running at 220. I didn't like it.
So yeah, these are the gadgets for the meant to be oral irrigation, but doesn't look like it actually. It looks like normal toothbrushes. My one's got a big blue jug on it. I was hoping to see my one listed there. Probably need to put portable in, probably. But,
welcome to Toothbrush Wars, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, there isn't like anyone around at the moment, so but yeah. See, that's only 35 US, and that one's runs off a cord.
Right.
Not too sure if they're better than the portable ones, but the portable ones, at least you can take it with you on a caravan trip or whatever, or what do you call it, RV trip.
Works for me.
I'm not sure why the portable one's not coming up. Well, people might not know about them. I reckon if you got kids or sore gums, can make your mouth, or you got even a toothache, I think it's helpful.
Sure.
I normally blast out your mouth if you got a toothache or gum ache, and then I get some iodine drops and wash it around the mouth, and I find that the tooth problem is gone by the next day.
That's great.
So still can't see my one there.
Yeah, I've got to go back to the dentist. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to get false teeth. That really just breaks my heart.
I was meant to go for a dentist checkup a year ago, but I can't afford to go. So here's one. Right. You put liquid on the bottom, but it's not the one I bought. I normally check out the reviews to see how many people. But the problem is the reviews are a bit biased because they normally give a review after you've received it, rather than asking for a review 3 months later to see if it's still working. But anyway, yeah, buy one for $30 and give it a try. Is all I can say. Yeah, but yeah, no wonder the Chinese are going to take over the world. They make billion. Didn't they make $1 billion just on one day on Christmas?
Oh, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So yeah, so what's been going on the UFO side of things? Well, YouTube's going to shut us down soon, but that's what YouTube will crack down. I wonder if I can make it bigger.
Well, but your videos aren't toxic, so what's the deal? I don't get it.
Well, once you read that, what they class as toxic. So it looks like one of these ones where the page won't scale properly.
That's all right.
They got these side ad things. Close.
Oh yeah, it's more than readable. Just keep doing it.
YouTube will crack down on toxic videos, but it won't be easy. So I'll just zoom in then. YouTube is trying to reduce the spread of toxic videos on the platform by limiting how often they appear in users' recommendations. The company announced the shift in a blog post on Friday, writing it would begin cracking down on so-called borderline content that comes close to violating the community standards without quite crossing the line. Now, doesn't that sound like security? But they don't.
Well, but how can it affect you? I mean, how does that?
Well, I'll keep reading. Well, begin reducing recommendations. We begin reducing. So who are they asking for recommendations? They didn't ask me. Of borderline content and content that could be misinform your users in harmful ways, such as videos promoting a phony miracle cure for serious illnesses, claiming the earth is flat, oh no, or making blatantly false claims about historic events like 9/11. The company, so who's, sort of, who's to say the narrative that we hear on the mainstream media is the only solution, but the company wrote, these are just a few examples of broad array of videos that might be targeted by a new policy. According to the post, the shift should affect less than 1% of all videos. I would have thought it would have affected 98% of videos on YouTube.
Honest to God, yeah.
Yeah. The 1% is not going to affect as me. is what you're saying. Social media.
Yeah, no, you're going to be fine, Paul.
Social media companies have come under heavy criticism for their role in the spread of misinformation and extremism online. Rewarding such content and the engagement it gets by pushing it to more users. In November, Facebook announced plans to reduce the visibility of sensational and provocative posts in news feeds. Well, what's sensational? That's definitely got to be secure team, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of whether they explicitly violate the company's policies, a YouTube spokesman told Wired the company has been working on its latest policy shift for about 1 year. Takes them a long time then, doesn't it? Saying it has nothing to do with similar change at Facebook. The spokesman stressed that Friday's announcement is still in its earliest stages. The company may not catch all of the borderline content immediately. Over the past year, YouTube has spent substantial resources on trying to clean up its form. Well, they haven't done very good with security, have they? It's invested in news organizations and committed to promoting only authoritative news outlets, which has been proven to be fake. Just take off the recent news on school kids, where they purposely cropped the whole event, the videos that were there, to make a out of context narrative to push anti stuff. Partnered with companies like Wikipedia to fact check common conspiracy theories. Unfortunately, Wikipedia is not perfect either. And,
Thank you.
And it's even spent millions of dollars sponsoring video creators who promote social good. Well, they're not sent me any millions, and I'm promoting social good.
You're not getting the millions?
No.
Oh, they've been paying me every month, buddy.
Yeah, the problem is YouTube recommendation algorithm has been trained over the years to give users more of what thinks they want. So if a user happens to watch a lot of far-right conspiracy theories, they just love that term, don't they? Far-right.
Well, see, I also don't think they're going to ding Secure Team 10 because Secure Team 10 is making them a lot of money on their ads. Lots of money.
Yeah.
And I bet you he won't get dinged.
Although if he gets called out big time and gets done for fraud and gets raided by FBI, like what's his name, Roger Stone did this last morning, where they knocked down the door and then put him in handcuffs.
Yeah,
that could happen. Still could happen. He still could get done for his past fraudulent videos. The algorithm is likely to lead them down a dark path to more of them. Last year, Jonathan Albright, Director of Research for Digital Journalism, documented how a search for crisis actors after a Parkland, Florida shooting, blah, blah, blah. A recent BuzzFeed story showed how even monoculous videos often led to recommendation of increasingly extreme content. Well, the BuzzFeed story was wrong, wasn't it? It was about Trump said so-and-so to his lawyer. With the shift, YouTube is hoping to throw people off that rail by removing the problematic content. Well, they should remove CNN for starters. But implementing such a policy is easier said than done. The YouTube spokesman said it will require human raters. I wonder if it will turn into human video rapers, not raters, around the world to answer a series of questions about videos they watch to determine whether they qualify as borderline content. So,
really?
So depends who the raters are, whether mine will be classed as borderline content, because I'm not entirely against UFOs being fake news. I think there's more to it there. So they might class mine, even though I expose fake videos and hoaxes, as well as look at MUFON cases and try and work out what they are. They still could be classed as a borderline content, which I hope not. The answers will be used to train YouTube's algorithms. So it sounds to me like it's not going to be a human that gets the final answer. It's going to be a robot to detect such content in future. So they're trying to create an IR bot to do it for them. So that's going to go down badly, I think. It's going to knock out legit content. I reckon it's going to be a lot of uproar. YouTube's sister company Google uses a similar process to assess the relevance of a search. Well, you know how bad the search has got for Google. You search for anything and it puts stuff that's 10 years old up on the list, unless you start using the filters to say you want it from last week and stuff, but still, it never gives you what you're after until you sort of get around.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, unless you get around the robot with the filters. But yeah, what are you going to say?
Question here, because I'm looking at the category that you're in, science and technology.
Mm-hmm.
Can you add education to that?
They've got very limited categories, actually.
Okay, so there's no way to do science and technology and education as well.
No, I don't think they've got so many categories like that. That's the whole problem.
Crud.
Mine would really come under live. Mine would come under live education and investigation.
Yeah.
That would be a better category for mine. Now I've gone live stream, of course. Before that, it would have been science and technology. What's the closest fit for probably investigation? Really, I should be under technical investigations. That would be my category, I reckon.
Right.
It's unclear what signals both the human raters and machines were analysed to determine the videos constitute borderline contact. Who has not been named, declined to share additional details. So there you go. And do we need to read out any more of this? Let's see. Community guidelines for all to see. They've drawn bright lines about what is and isn't acceptable behavior on their platforms. Have still been accused of fickle enforcement. Now both companies are in a way blurring those lines, penalizing content that hasn't yet been crossed over or crossed it. YouTube will not take these videos off the site altogether, so it's not going to delete the channel or delete the videos. They'll still be available in search results. The shift also wouldn't stop, say, a September 11 truther from subscribing to a channel that only spreads conspiracies. We think this change strikes a balance between maintaining the platform for free speech and living up to our responsibility to users that blog post read. I think it does. I think really security won't be touched, by reading that. Unless
I'm sorry, Paul. I'm on my own YouTube page and I'm going through the categories to see what was available there.
Yeah.
To see if I can help you out.
But I don't think I'll put mine in education. Because I do a bit of everything. I think research.
Yeah, I know.
Research and tuition maybe or something, rather than education. I don't know. Because it's like
because you're educating me, for God's sake. And if you continue to explain what you're doing, education is what you need to be putting down. That, just in my opinion only, but it's your channel, so just a thought.
Who we got on the side here? Hello, welcome. Who we got? 11.
11. Hi, 11.
1, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that added on to for? Is Rene still with us? Okay. Maybe he scared him off with the brushes.
Could be.
Yeah. Okay. We're only trying to educate him on oral irrigation, that it might actually help make him feel better anyway. So just close that down. Enough on YouTube. We'll just have to see how it's going to go,
Yep.
So that's some other news that's come out. secret Pentagon projects reveal government looked into UFOs, wormholes, and other bizarre anomalies. So this has come out on Fox News via some guy doing a search for classified information. Looks like it's got a strange font size here. So let's see if I can do something with it so we can read it better. Is that any better? That's not too bad. Okay. Pentagon projects reveal the US government looked into UFOs. Yep, we know that. Newly declassified documents from the Pentagon reveal the Department of Defense funded projects that investigated UFOs, wormholes, alternative dimensions, and a host of other subjects that are often the topics of conspiracy theorists. And the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, released 38 research titles on January the 18th this year, following a Freedom of Information Act request from Stephen Aftergood. Have you heard of that guy?
No, I have not.
No, I haven't heard of. Director of the Federation of American Scientists. So I wonder if he's if he's with MUFON or something.
I don't know.
Project on Government Secrecy. The research was funded by the Department of Defense under the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program that we all know is called ATIP, which is to do with, what's his name, Louis Lasondo, whoever his name is. I think I said that right. And Tom DeLong.
Okay.
So some of the more interesting projects included invisibility cloaking. I wouldn't have thought the government would have released anything on that, especially if they perfected it.
Well, I'll tell you something, and this is a real quick story that correlates directly to the invisibility cloaking. When I was working in insurance claims, we specifically worked with military.
Did you?
And I got a general, retired general on the phone. And I just happened to mention, boy, I sure would like to know what's out there and blah, blah, blah. And he said, you'd be amazed what we can do. We can make airplanes disappear. I'm like, really? He said, oh, yeah. We're able to go ahead and turn on a thing. That plane's gone. You don't see it. It's still there. Yeah. You don't see it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I did a live research actually on invisibility cloaking. And it talked about meta materials that UFOs obviously have called meta lenses, which is made from titanium, but it's going to replace, if they perfect it, it's going to replace glass lenses in cameras, but it won't have any have any of the lens artifacts that you get with the lens flare and all that. You don't have the curvature problem. So that would be it. But what they can do is they can make it so small now that they could put LEDs in between the lenses so they can actually receive light on one side, because they make the skin all the same around the craft. Then they can broadcast it like a LCD screen on the opposite angle, which is quite clever. So they've also built it into army jackets. And this got a demo of a person running through a field, and he disappears, but like on the Predator movie.
I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, that was
shimmering. You see shimmering.
Yeah, it was in the Middle East somewhere. It was running towards a tank or something.
Yeah, you can only see it climbing up, but look on the Predator. But so that was years old. When we're talking about a few more years have passed since those releases. So, and I think it was to do with Israeli technology as well. So
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. The research was funded by Department of Defense under ATIP. Some more interesting projects included invisibility cloaking, transferable wormholes, stargates, and negative energy, warp drive, dark energy, and manipulation of extra dimensions, and introduction to the statistical Drake equation. UFOs real? Nope. Yes or no? The Department of Defense and DIA have previously sought to spin ATIP as being a program looking at foreign advanced aerospace weapon threats, but the attachment to the DIA's letter to Congress is difficult to reconcile with this, given that the products produced under the ATIP contract are listed as including references papers on topics such which seem more concerned with space travel. Nick Pope, a former employee at the British Government Ministry of Defence, said in comments obtained by Fox News. Now, he actually did an interview, but here he is here. I was interviewed on Tucker Carlson tonight on Fox News yesterday about the DIA letter to Congress that I obtained, showing how their ATIP program had studied anti-gravity, invisibility cloaks, warp drive, and so on. But the comments here are quite interesting, I guess.
How do you find this stuff, Paul?
Well, you gotta go to his Twitter account. So I'll just post the link to his Twitter, and you just got to click follow up the top here.
Okay.
And then you get post to your.
To
your feed.
Okay. I'll do that.
But if you miss it, then you got to go to his actual main page, and you just got to do that by clicking at the top here, and it'll go to the main page, which is probably what you do with mine.
And I'm followed. Done. Thank you, sir.
But what's interesting though here is the interviews disappeared, which is very strange. So if I click on play on that, it just comes up with a black screen. So I don't know if it's just me.
No, it's just you, because I've got it. It took a second to load, but yeah, it's there.
It's just me, is it?
It's there.
Is it to do with ad block?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No,
sorry.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
It wasn't coming up when I tried it earlier, too. It's kind of strange. So that's the interview, but we probably can't play it, can we?
Yeah, it's about a 4.5 minute long interview.
Well, that looks like a fake UFO there. That looks like, what did you say? Or one of you guys said it was last time? A hockey puck. No, it was Jamal. He said that's a hockey puck. That one. But anyway.
Could be a clay skeet, for skeet shooting. Or clay duck, as they call them.
Can we speed it up? If we speed it up, we could probably play it. Then it doesn't get flagged. We'll just try it out. See if the sound plays. Redirects. It might even redirect the sound. I can't hear anything apart from you clicking. Oh, got something now. Well, that's fake.
Hello. Yeah.
Top secret Pentagon research projects have long been the stuff of conspiracy theories, but some of them are real. They actually happened, and they're worth knowing about. For example, this week, in response to a Freedom of Information Act request, the Defense Intelligence Agency disclosed that it had, in fact, funded research into UFO-related technologies. This would include the invisibility cloak, warp drives, and anti-grav. $2 million from 2007 and 2005. The program apparently was initiated by then Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada. Nick Pope is one of the world's experts in this. He wants to investigate UFOs to the British government. He joins us tonight. Nick, thanks for coming on. It does sound like the core assumption of this research was that UFOs are real.
Yes, it really does. This is something of a bombshell, I think. For months, the Defense Intelligence Agency and the DoD have been trying to spin this story as, well, it's just about advanced aerospace weapons threats. But now we have this document which shows quite clearly what they were looking into. And it's nothing to do with airplanes. It's as you say, anti-gravity, invisibility, cloaking, wormholes, and warp drive. Some of this is about space travel.
These ideas are derived from objects that the U.S. government observed in space, presumably?
Well, we still don't know much of the story. We really only have a handful of papers and documents on this. We got this from the DIA's Office of Corporate Communications, and we're still trying to digest what this means. There are 38 papers that they produced under this contract. Defense intelligence reference documents, looking at things which, frankly, sound like science fiction, and yet they're not. Our tax dollars have been spent on looking at this. And you know, there's one of these papers which absolutely is critical. It's looking at something called the Drake equation. And the Drake equation is, this is supposed to be a way that astronomers can calculate how many intelligent civilizations there might be in our galaxy. Well, look, if this is not a UFO program, if this is just about Russian and Chinese aircraft, what the heck are they looking at that for?
Why wouldn't the U.S. government just...
I sometimes wonder if there's any intelligent people on Earth myself.
Just say, I don't think it'd be especially controversial. We believe it's possible that there are other forms of life in the universe, and we're looking into it. Why hide that?
Well, I hope that's exactly what they will now say. I think we know that this letter, which I've now acquired and which has been released under the Freedom of Information Act, we know that this went to Congress. We know that the Armed Services Committee is looking at this very seriously. They're also looking into those videos that we've talked about before of the Navy jets chasing UFOs. So I think the real question is what's going on behind the scenes? And I'm hoping that in the next few weeks, maybe months, Congress is going to say more about this. The Armed Services Committee will speak out, and maybe we'll have public hearings at which all this will be revealed.
So former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, who was for many years in a position to have access to this information for certain, has basically said in public, I know a lot, I think this is real, but he hasn't gone farther than that. Have you spoken to him? Has anyone spoken to him?
I've not spoken to him personally, but I've seen some of his interviews. I've seen his statements. I've seen one of his documents. And for anyone who's trying to say, well, this isn't really about UFOs, it's about next generation aircraft, missiles, and drones. No, it isn't. Harry Reid has made it perfectly clear. This is about anomalous objects in our airspace, and call them UFOs, whatever you like. You know, we take them seriously. The government has been looking at this.
Why all the lying? That's what piques my interest. It always piques my interest. Nick Pope, thank you for all the work you do on this. The non-crazy.
Oh, well. So that was that interview. Usual talking heads, though, isn't it? We want to actually see some real classified footage. You know, we want to see what the government really has got. So I wanted to see that video where they claimed that it was a training video. Yet it didn't have any actors on it or FX credits on the video. Apparently, it was talked about back in 1988 on the UFOs cover-up live, where it went worldwide. It was around all the countries, being at the same time to all the countries around the world, including Russia and China and stuff. And they had some Russian experts come on, say, yeah, talk about their pilot sightings, and that it's definitely a real thing. And I thought, wow, finally we're going to have UFO disclosure in 1988. That didn't happen. Then they started talking about, there was Richard Doty, unfortunately screwed up, but he was there with his face covered up and his voice disguised, but it turned out to be Richard Doty, which we know is a government disinformation agent. And he was talking about the alien and what it eats, and that they got one in captivity and all that. So if he's a disinformation agent, why is he saying they got one in captivity. You know, it's you'd expect the reverse. You know, saying that the UFO crashed, but the aliens died or something like that. You wouldn't say you still got one in captivity. Or you'd make up some other excuse that it was actually experimental craft and it had a monkey piloting on it or something, you know, like they used to do. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. What's it called?
Oh, the one with
the monkey.
What the hell was it? Yeah.
Something X, Project X, was it?
Yep. With Broderick.
Yeah.
With Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, that's it. Wasn't a bad movie actually.
Mm-mm.
But on go back to the story. A couple of people come on and said, I think they were pilots or something, helicopter pilots, and they said one day they saw in front of them a UFO. Oh no, they were showing a training video. Was it? I can't remember the exact details now. But apparently a UFO landed on a runway and the door opened and out come these aliens, you know, typical grey aliens. And then it was meant to be what do you do when you get contact with UFOs. So it was meant to be a training video. And they said it was actually real footage and it actually was a real craft. But the US government said, oh, it's just a acted FX made video. But they haven't released it, you know. If it was that, they simply just released it to the public and say, there you go. It's fabricated, but they haven't released it. So, but that was always an interesting story. You can find it online still, I think. Let's see if we can find it.
It sounds like the 29 Poems video that was made, and it was talked about by John Glenn. He said he's the one that shot the footage.
Could have been. It could have been him talking about the video that he shot the craft landing. It could have been.
Yeah, and he said, I sent it off to Washington in the black bag, and he said, you know, we never heard a thing back from it.
I think that's the Cooper video where it landed at Area 51.
Could be.
I think you get mixed up. This is another video, but obviously they got lots of these videos that we've not got to see. I want to see that Cooper. I want to see that Cooper video. I want to see this training video, and I want to see that one that shoots a beam at the rocket nose to disarm it. I want to see those 3 videos. So, what was it called? It was called UFO Cover Up Live, I think. 1988, but I think the copies on YouTube are pretty munted, and it's got the guy from MASH. You remember that guy with the curly hair, the taller doctor?
Right.
I can't remember what the names are. So there you go, straight away. UFO Live Cover Up 98. Not sure how good the quality is going to be.
Well, it's up in the 16th. So let's take a look.
It's quite long, hour and a half. Oh, it's not too bad quality. We're talking about times when VHS tapes were coming out, so this will be a VHS copy, not a movie quality. So I'll just paste it down here so you can watch it in your own time. UFO Cover Up 1988. Might be able to find the bit on it where they're talking about the UFO landing.
I say I had so many VHS recorders at one time it was stupid. I had 5 of them, all brand new and all wired together so I could capture programs and sell them.
Oh, we had about 2 or 3 in the house.
Yeah. They got cheap there. They got really inexpensive. It's like, what the hell, buy 5? You know, it's not that much. So.
Yeah. What's that there? Oh, that's Betty Cash. You know, talking about the one that got radiation burns from that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, she's on there with the diamond-shaped UFO, which I think was a military.
That was one of ours.
Yeah, that's military experiment where they're using nuclear fission for rocket engines, a bit like Stanton Frieden wasn't meant to be researching. I reckon that's what it was. Because it took,
this is the Cash Landrum thing.
Well, nuclear power would be the only way you'd have enough energy to be able to lift up something that heavy, you know. without using anti-gravity technology.
Right.
So if you just use brute force rocket engines to hover, you'd need some amazing power source like nuclear fission to be able to do it. So, yeah, I'm not too sure whereabouts that story is about. We might be able to play it. Not too sure where it is exactly though, is the thing. I think it was somewhere in the middle or at the end.
Oh yeah, that MASH guy's name is Mike something.
Yeah, it was just there before.
Yeah.
Where was he? This guy here. Oh, it doesn't go where I want it to.
There he is. Yeah, Mike something. I can't remember his last name.
I had him queued up before. And I'm starting to get that problem with the cursor not going where I want it to go. Click.
Oh, that's right.
No, won't go there. There we go. It keeps going back.
What is up with that? Man, that's
daylight, round is burning.
Have I got it going slow or something? They sound a bit droopy. No, it's normal speed. Where are they from? Southern America, where they got this sort of accent. Here he is, the mesh guy. So,
yeah, Mike something.
Yeah, I'll be at the front of the video. So this is meant to be Condor, whatever his name was. They had Falcon and Condor on there or something, claiming to be disguised. But we knew one was Richard Doty. Looks like I'm not going to be able to pin it. Oh, they also had the Gulf Breeze guys on there. What's his name? Ed.
Reports that they appeared to be small humanoid. Any other reason that you feel this was not a
That's it. That was the extent
yes,
of
it was
his career as a physicist.
Hang on.
Everything. Go ahead.
Let me listen to this. I think this is the bit we're talking about the video. Now I've gone past it, so it won't go where I want it to.
But what makes reports of abduction believable? Essentially, the commonalities of these accounts.
It's because you're an evil sinner, Paul.
In
That's
cases
why
I've had them
you
all
keep
over the
doing
world,
it.
all the continents of the world. And I've studied hundreds of cases that people notice a period of missing time, which they cannot explain. There's terror, sometimes about a remembered place. There are strange lights that they describe in a similar way. The descriptions of the craft's interior, the craft.
It's a bit distorted, isn't it?
You know what? I wouldn't know. I can't hear it. I never can.
You have to be on
if
YouTube.
You get a chance. I've got YouTube on, but I have to mute it so it doesn't feed into the iPad.
Yeah, what you do is you mute the iPad mic and then you play the YouTube. Then it's not a problem.
See what happens.
As long as you don't click the other button, which turns off the video, that's what crashes it. But the mute button shouldn't. I can't hear you now, so it must be working. But I haven't found the place, and it won't roll forward.
The house where he, my mother, and I sorted through the stuff. Long glitter was a foil-like sheathing alloy. It was metallic, and it looked like the skin of an aircraft, but it was unlike anything I had ever seen. Also,
Up very quickly at the highest level. A Holloman base commander and other Air Force officers went out to meet them. You actually saw these aliens on the film? Yes.
This film footage sounded very, very special, and we wanted to use it as the ending of our television special.
Did you? Was it in your special?
Well, although the Pentagon had been very, very cooperative all the way, at the last minute, the film was confiscated, and we lost the whole finale of our show. But what I saw and heard was enough to convince me that, the phenomenon of UFOs is real, very real.
Mr. Charter, what did your superior officers tell you?
I was told it was theatrical footage the Air Force has purchased to make a training film.
Well, that sounds plausible, doesn't it?
Well, if it were a theatrical film, why didn't I have a record of this? It was my job to keep accurate records of all our visual purchases.
Is there any other reason that you feel this was not a theatrical film?
Yes, it was too real. The people who were shooting that day were Air Force personnel. Lucky for us, the day they were shooting, they were doing an acceleration test.
It's too bad we couldn't get that footage from the Air Force. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
So, here's the beginning. There.
at all. In the other 75%, the loss of memory seems to have happened because their abductors put them in something like a hypnotic trance state.
I see. So a counter-trance is helpful to get them to remember the abduction experience. But what makes reports of abduction believable?
Essentially, the commonalities of these accounts, a cluster of similar recollections in cases I've had from all over the world, all the continents of the world. And I've studied hundreds of cases that people notice a period of missing time, which they cannot explain. There's a lot of fear and terror, sometimes about a remembered place. There are strange lights that they describe in a similar way. The descriptions of the craft's interior, the craft's occupants are described in extraordinarily similar ways. They also describe the medical procedures that occur in very, very much the same way. And the most interesting thing, and the sad thing of all perhaps, is that these abductors are not interested in communicating with our minds, but they're interested in the physical state of our bodies.
Thank you, Bud Hopkins and Dr. Rima Lebeau.
Come. I will show you wonders you have never seen before.
UFO Cover-Up continues live from Washington, D.C. with our host, Mike Farrell.
One of the most intriguing UFO stories occurred in July of 1947 in New Mexico. With me now are Bill Moore, co-author of the Roswell Incident, and nuclear physicist Stanton T. Friedman. Both of these gentlemen have done extensive research on this case. Thanks for joining us. Bill, how many people were involved in the New Mexico incident?
We have personal testimonies from about 100 people. One of the most important of these people was Bill Brazel. Brazel's father managed the land where the incident took place. Apparently, a UFO had been caught in a thunder and lightning storm while in the area. The next day, Brazel's father went out on horseback to check for property damage and came upon the wreckage of a strange aircraft which fanned out for nearly half a mile.
The corpses were found a couple of miles from the site of the crash.
Wait, just a moment. Corpses?
Dead alien bodies, called extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, if you wish. We got reports that they appeared to be small humanoid bodies with large hairless heads, wearing one-piece seamless gray skin-like clothing. We assume they must have ejected from their craft with some kind of ejection capsule.
The Air Force came and recovered the bodies and took them away for autopsies.
Gentlemen, autopsies, EBEs, it's rather unsettling information. Level with it. What do we know to be fact?
We know these are the facts. A very strange spacecraft exploded. Pieces of the craft were recovered. Several bodies were found and removed along with the wreckage. We can prove the story was covered up very quickly at the highest level and given a classification above top secret. Flying saucers are real, period.
The first person sent by the Air Force to investigate the crash site and to take care of the wreckage was a Major Jesse Marcel. Let's meet his son, Dr. Jesse Marcel, who was 12 years old at the time and, needless to say, has never forgotten that incident. Welcome, Dr. Marcel. Nice to see you. Jesse, go. Doctor, tell us, if you will, about the night your dad came home from that crash site.
My father came home with his car loaded with debris after investigating the crash site. He brought the material into the house where he, my mother, and I sorted through the stuff. Among glitter was a foil-like sheathing alloy. It was metallic, and it looked like the skin of an aircraft, but it was unlike anything I had ever seen. Also, there was an I-beam about a foot to a foot and a half in length, about 1/2 inch across. The inner surface had hieroglyphic-like.
What's his explanation of this?
The explanation was that a weather balloon had crashed.
Did your father think it was a weather balloon?
Anything but. I believe the meaning behind his words was that he suspected there might have been some kind of cover-up.
What happened to all this debris you described?
Well, the debris which had been removed was never seen again.
It was taken from your house?
The Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth, Texas.
Now, Dr. Marcel, you've examined the material firsthand. You've had a long time to think about it. What is your assessment of the Roswell incident?
I held the material in my hand. It was not from this earth or this universe. Or this universe. That's what I think. We're not alone.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, if this story is true, then we have to rethink the government's role in the history of UFOs. The government, in fact, may have had the answer in their hands over 40 years ago. The United States Air Force has played a major role in America's attitude toward unidentified flying objects. Here's another account of how the Air Force dealt with such phenomena. With me is author and filmmaker Robert Emenegger and former security manager and chief of requirements for the audiovisual program at Norton Air Force Base, Paul Sharple. Gentlemen, Mr. Emenegger, how did you get involved with UFOs? Well, it was in 1973 when I was vice president at Ray Advertising. I took time out and went to Norton Air Force Base to explore subjects for television specials related to the Defense Department. While discussing several of the subjects, UFOs came up, and Paul here told us about a film of a landing of alien crafts at Holloman Air Force Base about 3 years earlier.
What did you see, Mr. Sharple?
I saw footage of 3 disc-shaped crafts. One of the craft landed and went away.
Why did it land?
It appeared to be in trouble because it oscillated all the way down to the ground. However, it did land on 3 pods. A sliding door opened, a ramp was extended, and out came 3 aliens.
What did they look like?
Well, they were human-sized. They had odd gray complexion and a pronounced nose. They wore tight-fitting jumpsuits, thin headdresses that appeared to be communication devices, and in their hands, they held a translator, I was told. A Holland's commander and other Air Force officers went out to meet them.
You actually saw these aliens on the film?
Yes.
This film footage sounded very, very special, and we wanted to use it as the ending of our television special. And did you? Was it in your special? Well, although the Pentagon had been very, very cooperative all the way, at the last minute, the film was confiscated and we lost the whole finale of our show. But what I saw and heard was enough to convince me that, the phenomenon of UFOs is real, very real. Mr. Charter, what did your superior officers tell you?
I was told it was theatrical footage the Air Force has purchased to make a training film.
Well, that sounds plausible, doesn't it?
Well, if it were a theatrical film, why didn't I have a record of this? It was my job to keep accurate records of all audiovisual purchases.
Is there any other reason that you feel this was not a theatrical film?
Yes, it was too real. The people who were shooting that day were Air Force personnel. Lucky for us, the day they were shooting, they were doing an acceleration test.
Well, it's too bad we couldn't get that footage from the Air Force. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
So, indeed. So, that's just a clip I'm going to play from it. So, you can watch the full episode sometime in the side chat. There is the link. So, they're definitely hiding something from us. So, oh, looks like you've crashed. What did you do there? Naughty boy. Yeah, I've got to fix that up. I have to reopen it because it doesn't go right otherwise. Oh, why is it not loading? CPU's low. Here we go. What did you do?
Come on.
It wasn't me.
You back on you.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Oh, you probably can't see me to it. Okay, we got you back. Did you unmute it, or did you actually click the other button by mistake? Are you there? John, are you there? No, don't swear. John, are you there? Hello, you've got to unmute yourself. I don't think he's muted. Can't hear you. Not sure, man, because it crashed off. I don't think you unmuted yourself. Click the mute and then unmute again. It'll probably crash again, probably. I don't know what he's pressing.
Can you hear me at all, Paul?
Yep, I can hear you now.
No.
You can't hear me? Don't think I've got muted. You should be able to hear me. Microphone, yep.
Come on, connection.
Oh dear. Can hear you. EQ correct. I'll try and disconnect and reconnect.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you, but you can't hear me, obviously.
No, Paul, I can't hear you.
What have you done?
Okay.
Reboot iPad and drawing camera. Anyway, he can sort that out himself. We'll just carry on. What's it not hiding? Obviously, there's a few bugs in the software still. I hate when it does that thing. I wish I could turn that off. I have to find out what the what's going on with that. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I don't know. Don't know why we can't. Can you hear me? Is it my mic gone, perhaps?
All right, there we go.
Well, you can hear me now, can you?
Yeah.
What did I do wrong?
There was a little button, local mute, and for some reason it turned on. I'm like, okay.
Ah.
So, boom. Give me back. Come on. What's the profile? Come on. There we go.
Although,
ta-da! There we go.
Mine's not working properly now, though.
Sorry.
That's alright. We can't hide the extra buttons there. Alright. That's alright. It's a pain in the bum. What did you do? Did you click global mute or something?
All I did was hit the mic button to mute myself, and as soon as I did that, wham, you're gone.
No, but you did mute yourself.
Yeah, I did, and I was fine. As soon as I tried to turn it back on, everything went away. So,
I
don't know.
Fun.
It's not important.
Yeah. So basically, we're talking about UFO cover 88, and we're just finished with that one.
Okay.
So I thought there was going to be some more people on the side chats with us, but
oh, good luck.
I don't know if that's getting too loud on the YouTube channel.
I didn't think so.
It seems to be peaking up higher than it usually does, so I'm not too sure why. But yeah, so this famous photograph here.
Oh, yeah.
This one that ended up in the newspaper.
Was that 52?
Yeah, 1952. Yeah. It was actually faked by the newspaper or whoever took the photograph. Probably the.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can't see lens flare too well in the black and white, but when you get hold of the original here, you can see they cropped it. They cropped it so you can't see the lights down here that causes the lens flare. The case itself is real, but the actual photograph that everybody uses is actually a fake. So this one here, this shows you the full lights in front of the building. So photo fakery, Washington DC, fluorescent sources, 1952. I've covered this before, but I thought maybe Robert wanted to come on and talk about it, the case, because he's quite familiar with the case, but it looks like I might have to do it myself. Let's see if I can scale up the font. Now, I had a photograph here. Oh, that's better. I had a photograph here that shows how it was done. So it's on above top secret here. So here's a photograph showing how lens flare works. As you can see, the lights, the lights are forming the same triangle patterns. The triangle patterns that you're seeing matches up with these lights because the camera inverts it through the lens system. So got these ones over here sharp over here and vice versa.
Now, was that you? Did you make this?
No, it's on above top secret. Okay. When was it first reported? Because it's taken so long for someone to actually notice that it was faked. This was published in 2015.
2015, yeah, gotcha.
So yeah, that's the one we're used to seeing on all these UFO channels and presentations that talk about the case. And it turns out.
Oh, it just goes on and on and on.
So it turns out to be fakery, which is a damn shame. So
yeah.
So there is actually no footage of it, of the event. But we'll go down here. They talk about a bit on above top secret. Flying sources reported Washington D.C. July 1952 as one of the most famous events in UFO history. Objects tracked on radar and Air Force planes were sent out to investigate. And reportedly, UFOs were seen by at least one pilot and radar operator. It's an important historical event worthy of examination, but there are rumors and myths too, such as it being widely witnessed by Panakan citizens, or that photos exist of the event. So we got a lot of illustrations. If you need a recap, it was covered at the time in August 4, 1952 issue Life magazine. Washington blips. So looking at what the radar representation or radar screen. It doesn't look like a radar screen though, does it?
Oh, those old ones do, yeah. Yeah, those old, what do they call them? FH8? Not FH8.
Plus they got buildings where the radar goes to. And it sort of gives an indication where the objects are.
Mm-hmm.
It was also covered in an NBC television broadcast, We the People, which featured interviews with the radar operators. See the sources that time forgot. UFOs on TV, 1952, Washington, D.C. saucer flap. Had there been a photograph of UFOs, how's the CPU going? Of the incident, Life magazine would have been happy to publish them. None surfaced, despite this being among the most heavily publicized case in ufology history, I should say there. The fake. In 1965, over a decade later, after the events, a photograph was published and ever since has appeared in almost every discussion article on Washington D.C. case from books, documentaries and television shows. The trouble is, it's a phony. So here you go. Well, the photo is real, but it's used as a fraud. Then accept and repeat as genuine by people who should know better. It was taken several years after the event. Well, he just said 10, didn't he? Instead of UFOs, it depicts reflection of the Capitol's lamp's lens flare.
Yeah, it was done in 65. So it was done, 13 years later.
Well, it is a well-lit place by the looks of it. Look at this top bit up here as well.
Oh, yeah, DC's well-lit. They did that on purpose.
Yeah. So you can see here it's obviously been overexposed or brightened to show up the dots better for the video analysis.
Right.
Tweaked with Photoshop and so on. So it's brightened. The first known publication of the picture is in Ray Palmer's Flying Saucers, November 81, summer 1973. And there you go, they crop out the lights, so you're none the wiser. So it was a color one to start with then. I thought maybe it was a reproduction or something. So we haven't got too many people watching, have we? What happened there?
Renee, you still there?
There's one watching, so it's kind of strange.
That would be me.
Yeah, I just wondered if the side chat had sort of bunged up as well. But it looks like it's all right. Exposed and forgotten. So it was as seen by Bruce Mackenby, was it? The scene on magazine cover above it's often cropped to remove the lamps. The source of the UFOs. It was exposed long ago in detailed analysis by Coleman von Kavitsky that was published in Official UFO Magazine number 9, July 1976. Is that the magazine that, what's his name, does from UFO Hunters? What's his name? Bill Birch. A summary by Dr. McBee. The picture, which shows Capitol Dome and lights at the left side, I believe is just a fraction of the total picture, which shows the whole Capitol building, parking lot lights. Yeah, so they're sort of going on about it still. We can see its reflections. I mean, lens flare. Here's another photo analysis, 1952, and below a video examination by Finn Handley. So that was the guy I was talking about last time that debunked also the planes landing near the volcano.
Yeah.
So he's done a debunked video here as well on his YouTube channel. So let's
this photo that's still doing the.
Let's just go to his channel because I couldn't remember what the link was to it. So we can repost it here.
Still doing the rounds. A couple of years ago, I saw a thread on.
So his channel's called Finn365. No wonder I couldn't find it. Very genetic name. But the volcano one will be there, so we could probably have a look at his volcano one. Here we go. So this is a page. Looks like he was into computer games, space engineers, videos, debunk videos up. Let's see if we can find them. He likes playing games. There's the debunk one. Washington. So all these got stuff. See some magic tricks as well. Volcano one. I don't think it's on this page. It must be on his other site. Can't see it listed. Has it got a more tab at the bottom? No. Yeah, that's a shame. I wonder where his volcano one is. He also does one with other lens flare as well. Oh well. So looks like he's only got one there. Can't remember what his other site is then. I think he's got two. I think he moved
the thread on a UFO.
He moved the UFO stuff off onto a separate channel from his game or his personal one. But anyway,
could be.
Yeah, I think he has. I don't know if he's listed any more in the comments here. Oh, a lot of blurb. Open Minds. He's the one that first set up the Open Minds Facebook group, and then they took it over from him.
Forum, I think it was the Open Minds forum. It was a great thread that debunked various photos, and I've seen this debunked on other forums as well. If you're a seasoned photographer or you know your stuff, you will be able to tell what's going on here with a few pointers. The problem is that most of the times when this photo is used kind of peddled as a genuine UFO photo, they crop it so you only see this much of it. But in fact, this is the full photo, I believe, and the and what's actually going on is that there are some.
Well, that's interesting because that one's definitely black and white photograph, and yet the article talked about it being in color. So I'm not quite understanding. They said that was the original.
Okay, well, one of them was taken in '65, and the black and white was taken in '52. Is that what you're mixing up? Is that one right there?
But that means there's two photographs with the lens flare then.
Well, yeah, of course they had the same lights, except the one was a later camera.
So you're saying it's two photographs?
Yeah, it's two different photographs. One's from 1952 and one was in 1965. See?
Where does it say that? Black and white for more historical look. I think it might have been coloured in Facebook though. Tweaked with Photoshop.
Well,
here you
okay,
go. Right.
Now,
what they've done is they've overlaid a picture of the actual lights over top of the original photograph.
Okay.
So they've put in the extra details there, have they? Well, enhanced it. They've enhanced it. So it's actually a black and white. Then they've enhanced it, maybe using, because the Finn's saying that's original there, and it's got the it's got the lights there, but you just don't notice it because you focus on these up here as UFOs. So yeah, I think in 1965 it was debunked as a hoax. So it took 10 years. Took 10 years.
Correct.
Took 10 years for the experts to even notice.
Oh sure.
So we went around. We were too young back in those days to be doing debunking, but I'm pretty sure we would have sort of looked at it and sort of figured it out sooner.
Lamps down here, some kind of street lamps or whatever you want to call them, and they are reflecting into the camera lens. They're being flipped horizontally and vertically, kind of mirrored, and then they've come out in the film as this effect. It's basically.
So actually saying what the report said anyway. But I was hoping to find his other thing with the volcano. I wonder what his other channel was called. I don't think he lists it anywhere here. No. Well, let's just put it down the side here. PewDiePie. I don't know what it's called. I can't remember what it's called. Had some strange name, I think, if I remember right. But yeah, it was a good video he did about the airports. So yeah, it's all fakes, and it's been on a lot of TV shows. Also recycled for unseen alien files. It was astonishingly, it was labeled a reconstruction. And what's this one? Recycled for Stephen Greer's 1930 series, black and white to make it look authentic. So who's recycling what? Breakdown. So even Paranormal Breakdown did a debunk for it. Stephen Bassett uses the same phony emanation in his Citizen hearing. Sources over Washington, D.C. Hangar 1, also known for its imaginative recreations. Here they imitate the EC comics. Okay. A shell, Adam Shell, Esberg, Salem, MA UFOs from July 1952. We've seen that one before. That was added in over top of other buildings. Same thing, is it? Oh, that one's a good one. National Geographic produced UFO conspiracies, aka Invasion Earth. So this guy goes on a bit, doesn't he? So what's this one? Early 1950s. But anyway, we'll have a look at the real case. We'll get there in a minute. I don't know if there's anything useful on this page. Composed of 2 images, a frame from CGI animated version of the picture. Lewis Elizondo published an update on Facebook page to the stars November 2018, which stated in part, while providing general background, I indicated that one particular slide contained real photographs of UAPs over Washington. It did not. The slide was intended to be illustrative, but was presented as factual. So that's another stuff up to the stars did. They presented that the Washington one as factual, when it should have been said that it was actually a fake for demonstration purposes. Plus they had that letter I milabeling that they said was the Nimitz had nothing to do with it. So that sort of made it really bad from the start, made them look idiots, So yeah, there's a few comments here. What they're saying. While the photographs may be fake, the incident was indeed real. My grandmother was one of the pilots. Oh, there you go. An Air Force colonel at the time that flew that sortie. Oh, grandfather. Yep. His drawings and witness accounts from his colleagues at the time that would blow the average person's mind. Unfortunately, until there's proof, I guess we're all a bit nuts. There are some UFO historians that would be interested in seeing those drawing and witness accounts you mentioned. So they're trying to get her to email. Just curious, did the connection ever happen? No, Anonymous has yet to produce this mind-blowing evidence. The writer of the article is obviously clueless. I have located several first-hand witnesses from the day of the event, and what they say is the footage shows exactly what they saw. Secondly, I actually do UFO research, and my data says your information, especially the analysis, lacks scientific credibility. July 16, 1952 and July 16, 2001 photographs. ET landed. I took pictures. And I took pictures. What's that mean? I did an analysis of the 19T footage, and for those to say CGI, tell me what program made. So this guy's debating that it's actually an emanation, but I think it was actually printed in the credits that it was an emanation. 3D. There's also a video of this event, not just the still photographs. If it's in a TV program and they say it's an emanation, then surely it's a fake, Oh, it's getting warm in here. I think I'm about to put that fan on again.
Here I am thinking about cranking the heat because my feet are so cold.
Here's one even further back here with the reflections in the water. That's a pretty good one.
That's pretty, actually. That's pretty good. Look at those UFOs.
Yep, lens flare galore.
What a hoot.
Here's another one. Well, you can see here you got lamps on a wire, and you can see here the lens flare happening. Traffic lights. That's quite an interesting one too. Anyway, we're finished with that, but we'll just look at the real case now. So down here, they were saying that the radar return was actually a steamboat, but when you go right down to the bottom, some guy says that's a load of rubbish. And I think here they also talk about the video. Where is it?
I don't know. No.
What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry.
It shouldn't be that funny.
No, I'm doing two things at once. Sorry. No, a friend just sent me something on Facebook. It's incredibly funny. So sorry. It just kind of dull by itself.
You see, I'll post the link to this one here. Above top secret's probably the best one. And on the fake video footage and the true facts. So, is that at the bottom? Right, so this guy sort of breaks it down. Better voice for you, mate, before you make bizarre, brazen statements like that. It's handy to be able to have studied the real facts before the case. The witnesses to the DC events were first weekend, 20th, 19th and 20th of July, Edward Nugent, Air Traffic Control of Washington. The detected radar signals only. Harry Barnes, Nugent's supervisor, again, he only partly witnessed radar detection. Howard Cockland in another radar tower to Nugent, again, witnessed only radar signals. William Brady, Andrews Air Force Base radar operator, also saw an orange fireball. Captain S.C. Pierman, Captain Capital Airline pilot on a runway, noted 6 objects approaching his position. So there were 6 objects, by the sounds of it. Sergeant Charles Davenport, Andrew Air Force Base, observed a stationary orange light in the sky. That's interesting. E.W. Chamber, civilian radio engineer, who reported 5 anomalous discs circling in a loose formation. Now, shame we didn't get that on video. Second weekend, so they come back for a second time, 26th and 27th of July. Staff radar operators at Washington and Andrew Air Force Base tracked rapid moving objects on their scopes. Lieutenant William Patterson, interceptor pilot, reported 4 bright objects surrounding his aircraft. Captain John McHugh, Patterson's flight leader, also reported he saw nothing whilst in the air at the same time. So one didn't actually see anything. That's kind of strange. Sources available. I make that 10. I may have missed a few, but there really weren't a lot of witnesses. The event happened late at night, early morning, and so there were very few civilian witnesses. What are you doing there, John?
Sorry. I'm trying to multitask. It's, it happens.
Do you want me to mute you? I can mute you.
Okay.
If you want to do other things. There you go. You're muted. Hopefully that won't crash you. However, if you prefer to guess, about me being right, then feel free to shoot me down once again. So obviously a bit of fighting going on there. I don't know what's on the other pages. I suppose back in those days they didn't have fighter planes with cameras on them. So what they do nowadays. So a lot of bickering going on. Not to start a flame war. Sounds interesting. I was hoping to find more on the story rather than people fighting over it. If you want to come back on talk, just flash your screen there, John. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything else apart from fighting in that report. It's at the end of it. Yep. So we probably could search for some more stuff on that case. I was hoping Robert was going to come on, talk about it, but maybe we'll leave it till he comes on, maybe. But I just wanted to bring up that photograph again. Let's see if we can unmute him. I've unmuted you again. I'm not sure if you finished making noise. Yeah.
I'm finished. Lo siento.
I can hear clicking, all the time. But I have got turned up. So, yeah, how are we going for time anyway?
Lots of time.
1 hour and 33 minutes, huh? So, yeah, just have a quick look on that 1952. I think they try to write it off as weather anomalies, like ice crystals that the radar was bouncing off, but it doesn't explain why they would see UFOs spinning around one of the report sightings. So I suppose you have to call it capital UFO sighting or something. Pretty sure I've come across a wiki on it somewhere. Here we go. 1952 Washington UFO incident. Right, you posted in the side chat, did you? I'm back. I didn't initially notice that.
That's all right.
I thought you're just going to remove your clip and make funny faces at me.
I'll do that next time.
That's airborne shots, is it? Washington Flap National Airport sightings, or the invasion of Washington. Series of unidentified flying object reports from July 12 to July 29th, 1952. The most publicized sightings took place on consecutive weekends. Why would they do it in weekends? It's kind of weird, isn't it? July 19 to 20th, to 26-27. UFO historian Kirkus Pebbles called the incident the climax of the 1952 UFO Flap. Never before or after did Project Blue Book and the Air Force undergo such a tidal wave of UFO reports. Events of July 19-20. So we sort of summarized it up before. Edward Nugent, an air traffic controller at Washington, spotted several objects on his radar. The objects were located 15 miles southwest of the city. No known craft were in the area, and the objects were not following any established flight paths. So there we go. We knew immediately that a very strange situation existed. Their movements were completely radical compared to those of ordinary aircraft. So it sounds like something real was going on, not a weather phenomenon. But I don't know. The radars have improved since the 50s. And we got now cool ID as well. Barnes had 2 controllers check, blah, 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 which we already know. At that point, other objects appeared in all sectors of the radar scope when they moved over the White House. So it's like the aliens were given a message to the president at the time. Who was the president in 1952 then?
That was Eisenhower.
Ah. And United States Capitol, Barnes called Andrews Air Force Base, located 10 miles from national airports. Although Andrews reported that they had no unusual objects on their radars, an airman soon called the base control tower to report the sighting of a strange object. Saw what was in the tower and saw an object which appeared to be like an orange ball of fire. But orange ball of fire could be just like a meteorite or something coming down, trailing a tower. So that sounds like a meteorite. Could that happened at the same time? Has anyone?
If it's ball of fire trailing with a tail, yeah, that sounds like a meteorite to me.
So it might be two events that happened at the same time. Is what I'm saying. Has anyone actually investigated that to check to see if it was any meteorites?
Good question.
Kind of strange. It was unlike anything I've ever seen before, as Brady tried to alert the other personnel on the tower. The strange object took off at an unbelievable speed. So that doesn't explain a meteorite, does it?
Yeah, did it take off or did it land? Guys, come on, make up your mind here.
Or did it simply bounce back off the atmosphere and back out into space? But like those ones in Ireland that we had not long ago, which they reckon skimmed or broke up or something.
Right. Yeah, I saw one come down in the desert out here one night. And I was driving towards the west, and it landed directly in front of me in the west, probably about 8 miles out. And it was a big one that lit up the entire sky like it was daytime. It scared the hell out of me.
Yeah, I saw one like that in New Zealand last year.
Yeah.
Well, I was walking the dog. It lit up the sky, but only lasted a second. If that. But if you can find the meteorite that crashed to the ground, you could be a rich man.
Oh yeah.
So let's see. How can I word it? Price of a meteorite. And keys. Meteorite. You know what the difference between a meteor and a meteorite is?
Meteor is larger than a meteorite.
No, it's not. They're both the same.
What's the difference?
They're both the same, but the one that crashes to the ground is called a meteorite.
Oh, all right.
And a meteorite could be one that's floating around in space still, but when it comes into Earth's atmosphere and crashes, it's called a meteorite then.
Gotcha. I did not know that.
And also they got meteoroids, I think, as well, which is a smaller version. I did.
If you, you know what you can do, because I see what you're searching for up there. Here where I live in this city, Tucson, every year they have a gem and mineral show that is enormous. It draws people from all over the planet.
There you go.
And they have tons of meteorites, tons of them. It's amazing.
Carbon iron meteorite prices are generally in the range of 50 cents to $5 per gram. Stone meteorites are much scarcer and priced between $2 and $20 US per gram. Range for the more common ones. So how many grams would a normal meteorite be, though?
Don't know. The one that's in our museum here in town is 4,000 pounds of iron. It's a beautiful, beautiful, huge meteorite.
Well, if it's 4,000, could be $5 per gram. So you need to convert it to pounds, I guess. 4,000 LDS, is it? I can't remember.
Yeah, 4,000 pounds US.
2 gram. I can't even see what I'm typing. Because if
it's okay.
I don't know if my thing was working. Convert pounds to kilograms, I guess.
That'll work.
Yeah. Normally comes up though.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is. It's 453. Wow, it's a big number.
So 1,800 kilograms, which is how many grams to a kilogram? 100, is it?
You're asking me about the metric system in the United States? Silly, man.
So what's 18? I think it's, or is it 1,000 grams to a kilogram? That makes more sense, doesn't it?
All right, I'll look real quick.
Yeah, let's see if we can type this a better. Hello there, Vibes of Truth. How's it going?
Give me this thing.
What are you saying? Oi, is it? Oi, back.
Grams. Boom. Alrighty, there we go. 1 kilogram equals 1,000 grams.
No, here it is. I was right. There's 1,000 grams per kilogram, so that's that much multiplied by five. Multiply it by $5. What's that? 1.8 million grams. That's going to be quite expensive piece of rock. Times $5.
1,800,000. Wow.
$9 million. That piece of rock. US. Can you go and steal a little chunk of it? So, like I'm saying, is you need to go out and find that one that come crashing down that you saw, and you might be able to sell it to a museum or these collectors.
Right.
Because universities like to study it and see what it's composed of, and because they want to see how it forms in space, so how the rocks were formed in space.
Right. Yeah, and that's where that big one is. It's in our university museum. It's been in there since, oh God, probably the 40s.
Yeah.
It's very cool. But we've got some good museums here in this town. I'm pretty amazed.
But he was saying that it actually went back out into space or something, or took off. So it doesn't fit with a fireball as such, you know, unless he's mistaken.
Right.
People are mistaken all the time, though, you know.
Yeah.
Just try to find events of 26. We'll go to the next one. At 8 p.m. on Saturday, July 26, 1952, a pilot and stewardess on a National Airlines flight to Washington observed some strange lights above their plane. Within minutes, both radar centers at National Airport and the radar at Andrews Air Force Base was tracking more unknown objects. A master sergeant at Andrews visually observed the objects. He later said that these lights did not have the characteristics of shooting stars. There was no trails. They traveled faster than any shooting star I've seen. Meanwhile, Albert Chop, what a name, the press spokesman for Project Blue Book, arrived at National Airport and due to security concerns deemed several reporters' requests to photograph the radar screens. He denied the reporters to photograph the radar screens. I thought we saw a picture of a radar screen before, though. He then joined the radar center personnel. By this time, 9:30 p.m., the radar center was picking up unknown objects. So didn't the radars back in those days actually record all the evidence? Yes. Don't know why it keeps coming on. I press the A key and it turns it on. So when was ADA? Radar. Efficient storage of weather radar data. No. Storing, archiving, and publishing data. The retention period of archived datasets is selected by the data provider and can range from 5 to 15 years. Doesn't tell us when it was first restored, though. So it sounds like we only got 15 years maximum radar data that you can go back on. But you think if there's a special event like UFOs, that would be copied to a special archive. You can bet the US government would have kept a copy.
You'd think so, sure.
Access denied. Thank you, radar. We're going to block the Kiwis from accessing it.
Oh, do you know? Do you think that? Yeah. Do you think they would do that, Paul?
What, block people outside
you from
America?
Getting to that data? Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I find a lot of sites. You know, several UK RAGs I can't access with my New Zealand IP. They block Asian IP addresses, and for some reason, New Zealand IP address gets lumped in. So I have to use a VPN to access it. I think it's Daily Star or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. So they're paranoid about anyone outside UK hacking the system, that they block it. Block anyone. They probably allow access to US IP addresses, UK, probably Europe, but anyone else probably no.
Right.
I don't know if I can demonstrate it on here or not. I think it's one of them anyway. Daily Star. I think I typed that in right.
I'm going to pop my coffee in the microwave real fast. I'll be right back.
Oh. The Daily Star. Or was it one of the other ones, The Sun or something? No, that one's loading. What other ones are there? Express, I think, works because I played it before, haven't I? I think I may have put a complaint in, though. Maybe they've undone it. Maybe they've put the New Zealand IP address in the unblocked list by now. But I think I did report it. Oh well, moving on. So by 9:30, the radar center was picking up unknown objects in every sector. At the times, the objects traveled slowly, and other times they reversed direction and moved across the radar scope at speeds calculated up to 7,000 miles per hour. At 11:30 p.m., two U.S. Air Force F-94 starfighter jets from Newcastle Air Force Base in Delaware arrived over Washington. Captain John McHugo, the flight leader, was vectored towards the radar blips but saw nothing. Despite repeated attempts, however, his wingman, Lieutenant William Patterson, did see 4 white glows and chased them. He later said, "I tried to make contact with the objects below 1,000 feet. I was at my maximum speed. I ceased chasing them because I saw no chance of overtaking them." According to Albert Chop, when ground control asked Patterson if he saw anything, Patterson replied, "I see them now and they're all around me. What should I do?" And nobody answered because we didn't know what to do, what to tell him. How's the time? Not early yet. Nobody answered. States Navy radar specialists arrived at the Radar Center National Airport during the night. Lieutenant Halcombe received a call from Washington National Weather Station. They told him that a slight temperature inversion was present over the city, but Halcombe felt that the inversion was not nearly strong enough to explain the good and solid returns on the radar scopes. 4net relayed that all those present in the radar room were convinced that the targets were most likely caused by solid metallic objects. There has been weather targets on the scope too, he said, but this was common occurrence and the controllers were paying no attention to them. 2 more F-94s from Newcastle Air Force Base were scrambled during the night. One pilot saw nothing unusual. The other pilot saw a white light which vanished. Sounds a bit like the Nimitz, doesn't it? When he moved towards it. Additionally, civilian.
That's all right.
My tongue's swelling up. Planes flying into Washington reported seeing strange lone objects in places where the radar was getting blips. As July 20th, the sightings and unknown radar returns ended at sunrise. So what happened after that, I wonder? White House concern and CIA interest. Made front page headlines and led President Harry Truman. Is that what you said, Truman?
Yeah, Truman and Eisenhower came in behind him.
To have this Air Force aide call Ruppelt and ask for an explanation of the sightings and unknown radar returns. Truman listened to the conversation between the two men as a separate phone, but did not ask questions himself. Rupert, remembering the conversation he had with Captain James, told the president's assistant that the sightings might have been caused by a temperature inversion in which a layer of warm air, moist air, covers a layer of cool air, dry air closer to the ground. This condition can cause radar signals to bend and give false returns. However, Ruppelt had not yet interviewed any of the witnesses or conducted a formal investigation. CIA historian Gerard Haynes, in his 1997 history of the CIA's involvement with UFOs, also mentions Truman's concern. The massive build-up of sightings over the United States in 1952, especially in July, alarmed the Truman administration. On 19th and 20th of July, radar scopes at Washington National Airport, Andrews Air Force Base, tracked mysterious blips. On 22nd of July, the blips reappeared. The CIA would react to the 1952 wave of UFO reports by forming a special study group within the Office of Scientific Intelligence, OSI, and the Office of Current Intelligence, OCI, to review this situation. Edward Torse reported for the group that most UFO sightings could be easily explained. Nonetheless, he recommended that the agency continue monitoring the problem. The CIA's concern with the issue would lead to the creation in July 1953 of the Robertson's Panel. So, Air Force explanation. To calm public anxiety over the wave of UFO reports, answer the news media questions about the sightings, and hopefully slow down the numbers of UFO reports being sent to Blue Book, which were clogging normal intelligence channels. Air Force Major General John Samford, USAF Director of Intelligence, and Roger Ramey, USAF Director of Operation, held a well-attended press conference at the Pentagon on July 29th, 1952, which was way before I was around. It was the largest Pentagon press conference since World War II. Press stories called Stanford and Ramey. Ramey was the one that wrote the memo, wasn't it? Sent the memo. He sent the memo to the Roswell guy.
Yeah, General Ramey. Yes,
yeah. Because I remember decoding that memo on one of my episodes. Have you seen that one?
If I watched every episode you've got, I wouldn't be talking to anybody for about a year. You've got a lot of content.
Not that much. It's only about 10. It's only 10 minutes long. But if you,
all right. But
they did a high risk scan last year for a TV show run by Josh Gates from Expedition.
Oh, you know what? Yes, I have seen that. Not yours specifically, but yes, I know what you're talking about. I did see that. Yep, you're right.
Well, I managed to get a screen print of a close-up, but I couldn't get hold of the original image, which is what I wanted, the 20 megapixel scan they did. And I tried to figure out what it said myself, and I presented it in the episode. And to me, it does sound like that could be a cover-up. But I'll look at that in a minute. If you've not seen it, we'll find it for you.
I'm pretty sure Roswell was a cover-up.
Actually, let's just look for it now. Interrupts the 1954 case, Capital UFO case.
Well, 47 was Roswell, and then they found the one at Sapporo.
Unfortunately, when you upload it to YouTube, the quality reduces quite a bit because they changed the bit rate. So when you see it on your computer, it looks actually a lot clearer to what you get on the video. But yeah, I've got one here. If we search for it, called Memo, I think. Type in right. Nope. What letter didn't happen? E probably, is it? Oh yeah, it is too. My keyboard is wondered. Do you see all the keys listen on my keyboard here, you'd see why. So this one here, new HD scan of Roswell memo findings. So go into that one. I'll pause the sound. Let's see how I can find
Cool. Thank you.
And I'll paste it down the side here. So this is the Roswell famous memo. So we're just saying that was from Grammy because I remember decoding it on the memo itself. Roswell memo HD scan. I took it from a screen snapshot. It wasn't even HD from a screen, but I did my best for it. And then I looked at some of the other people decodings on an older scan, and theirs was completely wrong. But a couple of sentences were exactly the same as mine almost, so which was quite good for a check, you see.
Right.
So let's see. So there's a memo in his hand there. I think it's not that long. How long is this one? 11 minutes. So he's holding the memo in his hand, which is off screen here. And so they got hold of the original, there it is there, the original memo in his hand. So they got hold of the original newspaper photograph negative and rescanned it in,
right.
Which is quite interesting. And they got an expert to try and decode it. So, oh look, it's not going to go forward now. The men in black have stopped me. So this was it. Scanned in an older one, I think. Was it?
Yeah, that isn't that tough to see? Wow.
Yeah.
I know the one that I saw was a heck of a lot more clear than that.
Yeah.
Of course, maybe I saw a screenshot of it. It's hard to say.
If I can get it to play, it won't play.
I know. That's so bizarre. I don't know why that does that to you, Paul. It's really weird.
And what did used to do it? It used to work. All right, so we did some enhancements here, but again, what they've done is they've written over top of it on this one here some of the words they think is valid. Story for weather balloons. So I tried to figure out what all this other stuff was, which looks pretty bad on the video, but when you look at it on the actual image I had, it was actually better. But if I can get it to play along, that's what I figured it out. And top line unreadable because it's off the edge. So I think that was and, so you can see A, N, D, and that looks like T,
Yeah.
T-I or T-E, so and the seems to make sense. This definitely looks like a V shape there, so viewing, bit crunched up there, so could be viewing, and the viewing of OF, the, and they could work out the first letter was G there, and I worked it out to be gathered. And then I wasn't sure about the next one, because it's all terrible. So I just guessed the word bits, because I got the next word was connected. I know it's hard to see that, but when you
Yeah, I know. That's the tough one.
So in viewing of the gathered bit connected to the disk is what I've got here. There's a missing word. Let's see. At Fort Worth, well, you can see F-O-R-T there, pretty clear, I think. Worth, yeah, it kind of looks like Worth. You can see O for sure, and like a squashed in W, because it's that horrible Times font, you know, not Arial font, so it's not as clear, I don't think. Texas. So it goes on to the next line. could be parts in the disk or rise. We were tossing up between disk or rise there. To me, it looks like S, like a... Oh no, it's a handwritten note, isn't it? So it's not typed, I don't think. Well, I don't know. I'm not too sure now.
No, actually, it is typed, but it was probably, it could have either come over a teletype machine since it was military. And it's just over the years, it's been copied so many times, it's just turned into a smudged mess.
Well,
that's what I'm thinking.
This is what it was in his hand. So, so they reckon that's...
Oh, gotcha.
They reckon that's a D-I-S-K there. Or it could be R-I-S-E, but I can't... Yeah, well, the S is there, definitely S there. It's a bit hard to see if that's a D or S. But part in the disk was taken away for further analysis, is what I worked it out to be.
Right.
Which kind of fits, looks like away, the A-W-A-Y. These are the words they didn't get on that show, by the way. This is the words I figured it out. Taken away, further. It looks like further. It looks like an R on the end. Analysis. It looks like analysis. Which kind of makes sense. If something crashed, you're going to take parts of it away for analysis, aren't you?
Right.
Can't read what was there, but it was Rolea, which they wrote over top as well. Of something rather, by the looks of it. Rolea of. Can't work out that sentence there. It was a bit too scrambled for me. Then we got major, M-A-Y-O-R. Definitely looks like it. You can see it's been bent, crunched up the paper. Something major. Reality. I don't know. I sort of guessed that one. Some word there with a question mark. CV, it looks like, or buy. Buy story for paper. That's what I could read there. Well, it could be CV for cover story. Cover up.
That's so hard for me to see. I'm having a tough time here. Unfortunately, I'm kind of dizzy at the moment. So,
well, I thought CV might be abbreviation for cover story because they wouldn't want that in print. But
could be, yeah.
Something major reality, and that might be the game's name. Major someone cover story for paper. So I'm not sure. Could it be Ramsey there? Could it be Ramsey instead of reality there? It could be.
It would fit.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yep.
And then we got that they may use weather balloons for something more. This is what I worked out. I'm pretty sure a lot of my words are correct, but can't be 100%. So if we read that out, and the viewing of the gathered bit connected to the disk at Fort Worth, Texas, part in the disk was taken away for further analysis. Rolea, I'm not sure what that is. Place where they're storing it. Major someone, Ramsey maybe. CV story for paper that they may use weather balloons, something for more is what I thought I might say there. Sea and land. So I was hoping someone else was going to have another crack at it and see if they could do a better job. But yeah, I think it's quite interesting what I sort of worked out there, because I never looked at all the previous things, and I only saw the TV show, so I only got the words they said that they could be. So the other ones I've kind of figured out without actually being influenced or tried to be influenced. I tried to look at the pattern of the letters, but it's easy to...
Right, sure.
It's easy to see it when you zoom in on your own screen as a JPEG or whatever. so who we got on the side here? Men in Black are real. How'd you know? Just wondering, are you on Skype with someone? No, we use Discord here, and that's John. You want to say hello on the side there, John?
Been trying to. I've got welcomes and vibes of truth up there. So.
He's hiding. He's hiding his face from the stream. So
keeping the tobacco off the camera. Let's put it that way.
He does unhide himself occasionally. So yeah, we've suddenly got 4 watching us. So that's one of my episodes I done ages ago when that show come out. When I saw a screen grab of a close up, but I would like to get hold of the 20 megapixel image they had, because I might be able to see even more characters. You know.
You'd think so.
You think it would be sent to MUFON? I'm not sure who's ownership of it, the TV company or what, but it's a bit of a shame that's not public. Should be put up somewhere where you can download it, where everybody can have a look at it, see if they can work out what it says. So that was about the river data. So basically radar data they store for up to 15 years, what it's called in that search we did. Right, and of course I forgot to mention it. If you scroll right down to the bottom, it's got Ramey signed at the bottom of that note. I forgot to. That's what I was going to show you. But,
General Ramey.
Yeah,
okay.
It's actually got Ramey signed at the bottom. This guy here. So the memo come from him. So obviously he asked for a cover-up. Stanford was heavily influenced by Captain Roy James. They have sort of funny names, these guys, don't they? That almost sounds like a pirate. Captain Roy James.
Yep.
From the Swashbucklers Pirates, who had discussed the sightings with him earlier in the day, and who also spoke at the conference. Stanford declared that the visual sightings over Washington could be explained as misidentified aerial phenomena such as stars or meteorites. Well, that red one that we did hear about above did sound like a meteorite, though. Stanford also stated that the unknown radar targets could be explained by temperature inversion, which was presented in the air over Washington in both nights. The radar returns were reported. But I think Robert was saying that it wasn't cold enough to have the weather inversion happening, but it's not saying that here on the wiki. So, yeah, I'll just see if I can find that thing on the meter. I'm pretty sure I'm right, though. Difference between meter and meteorite. I don't think I typed any of that right, but we'll see what we got. Here we go. Most of us probably have seen meteors or shooting stars. A meteor is the flash of light that we see in the night sky when a small chunk of interplanetary debris burns up and it passes through our atmosphere. If any part of the meteoroid survives the fall through the atmosphere and lands on Earth, it's called a meteorite. There you go. I was correct.
That's it. Very well done. Thank you. I have been schooled.
Yes. And we've already got a chart here with it on, actually. Let's see if we can read it. I don't know if you ever watched that show, The Meteorite Men.
I haven't, no.
Oh, how are you going to read that small print? Solar eclipse. So these are the different meteorite showers. Linrids, Perseids, Orionioids, oids and strange linoids, Geminoids. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regular meteorite showers that happen every year. So every time it orbits around, it comes around each year, and we get a meteorite shower. Red moon, blue moon. We actually call the red moon blood moon, don't we?
That's, yeah, blood moon, super moon.
Super moon is the first full moon. First full moon of the year, I believe. Which New Zealand got both. New Zealand got the super moon and the red moon all in one, I think. Super moon, solar eclipse, blue moon. Yeah, it looks like we can't read those charts. It's too fine print. But the description was good enough. So, what else do we need to read about this 1952 wave? Among the witnesses who spilled Salmon's explanation was a crew of B-25 bomber. B-25? I never heard of a B-25.
Oh God, those are old World War II planes. Jesus.
Oh, I had to be.
They're old prop planes. They're full prop planes. They're pretty big.
I've heard of B-52, the opposite, not 25.
Yeah, the 25 was its predecessor. It was a 4 engine radial engine plane that was a bomber. Yep, World War II.
You see how my internet connection's slow. Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of that on the war movies. Those ones. It kind of looks like a Lancaster bomber, though, doesn't it?
Oh, look at that! Oh wow, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's a double radial engine, not a quadruple. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
That's where we got to Google. What's the difference between Lancaster bomber? I think that's split in half, isn't it? Lancaster, that's the British one.
I don't know.
That they use for dam busters.
They had some funky planes back in World War II.
We got a whole picture list of them here.
Wow.
But where's the Lancaster bomber?
Oh, see, there's the B-24 Liberator. That's got the 4 radial engines on it, so it's confusing.
That's a B-24 though.
Yeah,
We're talking about the B-25.
Right, exactly. And it's like you take the next succession with that 4 engines too, but it only has 2 of them.
So that's a Lancaster bomber. It's got like the double tail on the end, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the wide boom tail.
Trying to find some pictures of it. Lancaster bomber, amazing sounds.
Oh, that.
Perhaps we can get some images. But they're the ones that got buzzed by Foo Fighters. Mostly it was the Lancaster bombers. So wasn't that not coming up? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's got that twin tail thing happening.
Yeah.
Where's it gone? Yeah, look, wide tail.
Look at.
I wonder why they did.
Wow,
I wonder why it had
that.
the wide tail though. Why did they do it that way instead of single fin?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Well, let's find out. It's getting off track though. Why did Lancaster bomber have 2 tail fins? Maybe because it creates double redundancy. Like if one gets shot off, you still got 1 tail fin.
No, it's got something. It has something to do with the aerodynamics. You could, because you're getting blowback from all those radial engines, and I don't know. It's for stability. For some reason, they had to be to that width. 2 tail fins. All right.
It hasn't come up in the search. The distinctive tail unit of the aircraft was outfitted with a large twin elliptical fins and rudder arrangement, but that's all it says there.
Okay.
What was the top speed of Lancaster bomber?
272.
Yep. So Foo Fighters could easily outdo that. How many Lancaster bombers left? There can't be too many. 30. 30 in the UK alone. But still haven't found why it's got a twin tail. We need some plane experts. Twin tail. A twin tail is a specific type of vertical stabilizer arrangement found on... Well, let's just open that one up.
Okay.
Well, we might have a break soon, and then I'll start having a look at MUFON cases and see if we can find some with videos and photographs to have a look at, and see if we can figure them out. A twin tail is a specific type of vertical stabilizer arrangement found on the appendage of some aircraft. Two vertical stabilizers, often smaller on their own than a single conventional tail, would be mounted at the outside. So they're smaller, so they're less target as well. Where did I get to? This arrangement is also known as a H-tail. I suppose it does, because it goes down below as well.
Yes.
Because we ain't got no back end view. Correct. Capital H, which viewed from the rear, where these were used on a wide variety of World War II multi-engine designs that saw massive production, especially on the American B-24 and the B-25. I don't see it twin tail on the B-25 though. Oh yes, it does.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it does too.
Yeah.
So, but what's the reason? The British Avro, Lancaster, and Handley Page Halifax heavy bombers, Soviet Union's, I can't say that one, Pedlokov P2 attack bomber.
Good.
Special case of twin tail is twin boom tail or double tail, where the aft aircraft consists of two separate fuselages. Well, we know that, but we want to know why it's used, design. Separating the control surfaces allows for additional rudder area or vertical surface without requiring a massive... So really it's the size of the tail. One multiple engine propeller designs, twin fin and rudders operating in propeller slipstream give greater rudder authority and improved control at lower speed. So there you go.
Ah, all right.
So it's lower speed, better control.
Yeah.
Well, also if it gets shot up, at least it's got to have one sort of control fin at least. But yeah, I like how they got the gunner sitting at the rear there. You ever played those old computer games where you like a rear gunner on a Lancaster bomber? Used to play those on old computer games.
Could you imagine being in there and having to go ahead and, defend the plane from the rear?
Well,
like
that's
that?
what, if you look at that Star Wars Millennium Falcon, that's pretty much the same sort of idea with the cannons.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they've modeled it on that. Cool. Oh, well, now we're looking at B-25. We went through a tree of things about planes there. So, which have been flying over Washington during the sightings of July 26. The bomber was vetted several times by National Airport over unknown targets on the airport's radio scopes, yet the crew could see nothing unusual. Finally, as a crew member related, the radar had a target which turned out to be the Wilson's Line steamboat. Oh, this is where the steamboat comes in to Mount Vernon. The radar was sure as hell picking up steamboat. That doesn't make any sense, though, isn't it? On the water.
No. Okay,
how's that sort of relate to picking up a target in the air? So I don't understand that. Air Force Captain Harold May was the radar center at Andrews Air Force Base during the sighting of July 19. Upon hearing the National airport's radar had picked up an unknown object heading his direction. May stepped aside and saw a light that was changing from red to orange to green to red again. Well, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That doesn't sound like a meteorite.
Sounds like Venus.
Does it?
Yeah, it sounds like Venus is serious. Yeah.
Changing color that much? I thought Venus was white. And
Venus in my backyard looks like a sparkling diamond. It's amazing the colors that shoot off. It's gorgeous.
You need to get a Nikon 1000, which it's secure team just bought one with a 3000mm lens on it, and it's amazing pictures from it. Lucky bugger. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted when I wanted to do my blood moon the other night.
I know.
$1,000 US he paid for it.
Yep. Yeah, who paid for it? Is Patreon people paid for it, though.
Well,
but we won't go down that lonely road.
Always advertisers.
We won't go down that road.
But he's always talking about finding moon bases or anomalous objects. But you can almost see inside the crater, but I don't think you're going to get it as good as what NASA would get, you know, with the HD scans they were doing.
Right.
Because you got.
But you know what? I bet you he could afford one heck of a nice telescope. You know.
And just connect the camera to that. You mean?
Absolutely. Drop $15,000 on a really high-end telescope, connect his camera, and bam, there you go.
$15,000. Is that what you have to pay for them?
Well, you bet. Yeah.
US.
Yeah.
You talking about US dollars there?
Yep.
Oh.
You remember the high-end Orion? Yep.
That's as much as a brand new car you're talking about there.
Yes. Yep. You can afford it.
I thought you would have one of those.
Well, maybe in the future.
Well, you'd have to be really into it, I think, to pay that kind of money out, though.
Oh, sure.
I think
I would.
Mark D'Antonia's he's got one in his backyard, and he's built a little dome, and he's painted it the color of the what do you call it? The Menon, the single-eyed character. What do you call it?
Oh yeah.
Minoid or something. What do you call it?
I know. Yep.
I don't know if he's got a picture of it online. We can find out probably.
Yep.
Mark.
What the hell are they called? Minions.
Minions. Yeah, that's it.
God. Minions.
Our brains are going. We probably need a break.
Beaches.
Tonio.
Yeah, it's 1:30 here.
Backyard. I wonder if he's got it online. He might have a picture of it online. Backyard.
Las Cruces, plumbing, daughter, press conference.
I told him I would have painted it into a Dalek rather than one of those. It has the thing sticking out.
You know, I only just barely got into Doctor Who last year.
Oh, no, you got to watch. The only ones I liked was John Pertwee and John Baker.
Yep. I agree. Yep. Right.
I don't like the new series, the new ones.
No, I don't watch those at all.
That's not Mark D'Antonio. Have I spelled his name wrong? It's got foot.
Oh, it should be D. It should be D apostrophe and then Antonio.
That's what it did, but Google decided. Google decided to change it.
Yeah.
D'Antonio.
It's Antonio.
Oh, here we go.
Right there,
that's him.
That's
him, but I'm trying to find his picture of his backyard telescope, whether he's got it public or not. And you'll see what I mean. But I'm not seeing it.
No.
He's got it on Facebook, where you have to join Facebook to see it, I think. But he's painted it.
Come on, internet.
He's painted it. He's painted it yellow and blue. How do you spell it? Minion.
Minion. MINION. M-I-N-I-O-N.
Eon? It has to be an I there, though, doesn't it?
Minion. M-I-N-I-O-N.
That's what I tried to type, but it's gone in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Let's see if it comes up. If only if it's public, because keeps a lot of it private, but it hasn't come up, has it? No. But it is like one of these guys here with the single eye.
Yeah. Yes,
this
indeed.
one here, single eye.
There's the minions.
He hasn't got it public. That's a two-eyed one. Oh well.
And there you go.
You'd have to join his Facebook group to see it. But backyard telescope. Maybe you can just type in that, see if we can find one that's similar to what he's got. But he's actually got it covered with a dome and everything. No, people haven't got it covered. He's got his one in a special built thing. It looks like this, you know. And he just has the telescope sticking through, and he just rotates the thing around. But you have to see the picture.
Yeah, see, that's a great big Orion telescope. Those suckers are expensive.
That one there.
Well, that's
that
probably a different brand, but yeah, the one inside of the dome here, that looks like a big old Orion.
That's what I think he's probably got. He's probably got something like that, you know, really big.
Yep. Yeah, you pay some bucks for those. They're pretty much custom. But they have amazing optics on them.
Oh, look at that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
That almost looks like a cannon.
Yeah. I'll break out the Discover card and buy it tomorrow.
That'll bankrupt you, I think. You want to buy a second?
Discover.
Maybe buy an older version. Look at that one. That's quite big.
Jesus.
Choosing the telescope. That's just crazy. Bigger than the car.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I wonder what you can see with it. I bet you don't submit his stuff to security.
I know. It's like, how long did it take them to grind the lenses for that thing, that size? I mean, that's what takes so long, is
for NASA
getting
ones.
a lens that big.
Well,
yeah,
NASA ones, they have like dust-free environment for it as well too.
Yeah, we've got one here in Tucson at the University of Arizona. We have an enormous astronomy department, and they make custom lenses that are enormous, absolutely enormous. All the observatories are around Arizona.
Who's that beeping?
Oh, who knows? Go away, people. Jesus.
Okay.
Some stupid Facebook thing.
So where did we get to here? Eventually concluded that he's simply seen a star that was distorted by atmosphere. That was the orange. That's what you just said, wasn't it? That's where we got to.
Either Sirius or Venus.
Well, they're saying star here.
Mm-hmm.
Read again. At times it dipped suddenly and appeared to lose altitude. Said he was simply seeing a star that was distorted by atmosphere. But why would it dip? I haven't seen the star dip when I've looked at a star. So they haven't really explained it away there. However, May eventually concluded that he was simply seeing a star that was distorted by atmosphere and that the movement was an illusion. I suppose if you had like a heat wave, you know, like you get in the desert, it distorts it up and down.
Right.
But it depends how much movement you're talking about. Now, if it dipped right down altitude, it's only going to bend the light so much. You know, it's like that time when I was out walking the dog and I could see it looked like a UFO. But when I looked at it and concentrated, I knew it was a bright planet or like Mars or something. And there was a layer of obviously cold ice crystals blowing across the cloud. The cloud was in places, but obviously there was a crystal layer, and you could see the star moving all around the sky. And I thought, this is really strange, and I want to record it, but I didn't have a camera. You've seen how good my camera is on the on the blood moon thing I did. Like, there's no way I could focus on the star to see it moving around. But as the clouds were moving, because I wouldn't have known there was an inversion layer there until a puffy cloud come along. It was moving in the same direction. But this star looked like it was moving all around the sky, probably a centimeter, you know. And I thought,
right.
I thought it was a UFO. I thought, geez, I'm going to see my first UFO. Then I thought, no, I'm pretty sure I've seen a star in that position. And I just watched it for a while. And next day I checked to see if it was in the same place. And sure enough, the star was in the same place the next night. And I thought, well, that's that busted. I did actually talk about it on a live quite a few ones back now. And I sort of drew a picture of what it was doing. You probably didn't watch it. It was before you showed up on the side chats.
So sorry.
Yeah. So what else we got here? Eastern Airlines flight over Washington was told that the unknown object was in its vicinity. The crew could see nothing unusual. When they were told that the object had moved directly below their plane, they began a sharp turn to try and see the object, but were told by National Airport's radar center that the object had disappeared when they began their turn. Kind of weird. As requested of the Air Force Technical Development and Elevation Center did analysis of the radar sightings, their conclusion was that temperature inversion had been indicated in almost every instance when the unidentified radar targets or visual objects had been reported. So we read that earlier. Project Blue Book eventually labeled the unknown Washington radar blips as false images caused by temperature inversion. And was Hynek on that one? I wonder. Bit before his time, was it?
Yeah, sure. Well,
I don't know.
Dang it, was it?
I thought
he was involved in that.
1940. When did he join up? 1947, 1948. See, this is where Robert's good because he's got all those facts in his head.
Yeah, because I thought it was Hynek that headed up Project Blue Book. And then he realized that it was all bunk, and he's like, no. And he's like, he became a proponent of, there were too many unknowns and nuclear UFOs. And, yeah, go for
it. Well, you could look it up. When did my keyboard's not the best? Hynek join Blue Book. Because we can't go by that TV show because 90% of it's made up. It's only 10% real in the series. Okay.
Boom. Alan J. Okay. He was making strong, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Almost books.
Didn't come up, so I must have touched something.
Okay. Hynek acted as scientific advisor to UFO studies undertaken by the U.S. Air Force under 3 consecutive projects: Project Sign, Project Grudge, and Project Blue Book. Boom.
Yeah, but when was Project Blue Book set up? 1963, wasn't it? Way after this 1952 event. So he wouldn't have been involved in it. Am I correct or not?
No, it says he was involved in it. Boom.
I don't know.
Well, I'm pulling it up from Wikipedia as we speak. Let's see what's up. Okay. He was in Project Blue Book from 52 to 69. Project Grudge from 49 to 52. And Project Sign from 47 to 49. So he was in Project Blue Book for a long time.
So he joined 52, but was it after this sighting? Where's my keys not working? Hynek in 1952 wave. So that he didn't work. Doesn't.
Oh God, he died in Scottsdale, Arizona, just up the road from me. I did not know that. Let's see here.
All right, it's 1952. So yeah, he did 1952 to 69. Where did I get 63 from then? Must have been something else. Like I said, I'm no good at dates and stuff.
Yeah.
But what did he say?
By the early.
What did he say about?
By the early.
No. What did he say about this case that we're looking at? That's what I want to know.
Okay.
Because he seemed to know what he was talking about.
Interesting. I like this. Boy, when he turned to 180, he really turned to 180 big time.
Yeah, we talked about it on another live with Robert. But he sounded a wee bit not with himself that night. So I can't see anything about this particular wave.
No.
Someone would know if he was involved in it. It doesn't say in the Wikipedia here that he was involved with it. Maybe he joined after the wave.
No.
2002 class told a reporter the radar technology in 1952 wasn't sophisticated enough to filter out many ordinary objects such as flocks of birds, weather balloons, or temperate inversions. Reported, well, class, that's a guy that Robert says was a complete idiot. The reporter added the UFO proponents argued that even then seasoned controllers could differentiate between serious targets and solid metallic objects. I suppose serious targets, I mean. Class disagrees. It may be that we have two dumb controllers at National Airport on those nights. Class added that he introduced that the introduction of digital filters in the 1970s led to a steep decline in UFO sightings on radar. Well, there you go. Well, it's possible. Criticisms of Air Force explanation. Almost from the moment of General Stanford's press conference, eyewitnesses, UFO researchers, and Air Force personnel came forward to criticize the temperature inversion mirage explanation. Captain Rupert noted that the Major Fournette and Lieutenant Holcomb, who disagreed with Air Force's explanation, were not in attendance at Stanford's press conference. Rupert himself discovered that hardly a night passed in June, July, and August in 1952 that there wasn't a temperature inversion in Washington, yet the slow moving solid radar targets appeared on only a few nights. So that's a good point. So obviously they would have been seeing temperature inversions all for 3 months there, and know the difference between temperature inversions and something that wasn't. That's what they're saying there as criticism. That makes sense. According to the story printed by INS, the United States Weather Bureau also disagreed with the temperature inversion hypothesis, one official stating that such an inversion ordinarily would appear on a radar screen as a steady line rather than a single objects, as were cited on the airport radar scope. Also, according to Rupert, when he was able to interview the radar and control tower personnel at Washington National Airport, not a single person agreed with the Air Force explanation. There you go. Michael Wernkow Demer, a researcher for the government-funded Condon Report, investigated the case in 1966. He found that the radar witnesses still disputed the Air Force explanation, but that didn't stop the report from agreeing with the temperature inversion mirage explanation. Ruppelt related that on July 22nd that the control tower at Washington National had called the control tower at Andrews Air Force Base and notified them, and their radar had an unknown object just south. So 2 radars picked up the same object. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
That's a bit like the New Zealand one where they tried to write it off as squid boat lights on the clouds, you know.
Right.
According to Ruppelt, when the Andrews control tower personnel looked, they all saw a huge fiery orange sphere hovering over the station. Have we any other UFOs that are sort of like big orange spheres or balls of fire? They haven't turned out to be meteorites. Any other UFOs?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't think you could call the Korkora lights being a big orange light. It was more like a bright white light. So, which they said was Venus as well. But there's one frame where it makes a figure 8, which I don't think they were moving the camera that fast to make a frame figure 8 on board the plane. I don't know if it's even possible to fabricate it. So that single frame debunks it being a stationary object in the sky. So Andrews control tower looked and saw a huge fiery orange sphere hovering over the range station, and Ruppelt interviewed the tower personnel several days later. They insisted they had been mistaken, and had merely been a bright star. However, when Ruppelt checked an astronomical chart, he found that there were no bright stars over the station that night, and that he had heard from a good source that the tower men had been persuaded a bit by superior officials to claim that their sighting was merely a star. So it goes on a bit to the criticism. There were also witnesses who claimed to see structured craft and not merely glows or bright lights. And yet no one took a picture. 1952, what did they have back then? Like that black and white photograph, I guess, of the Capitol building.
Right.
And that might be like expensive cameras back then, I guess. I don't know. On July 19th, the Army artillery officer Joseph Gingabat was sitting on front porch of his home in Alexandria, Virginia, across the Potomac. That's how you say it. Potomac River from Washington.
The Potomac. Potomac. Yep.
That's an Indian name, is it?
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah. At 9:30 p.m., he claimed to see a red cigar-shaped object. So now we got another type of object which sailed slowly over his house. Gidget estimated the object size as comparable to DC-79 airplane at about 10,000 feet. So now we need to know what a DC-7 looks like.
I don't remember.
So how many people can it hold? There we go. So it's
okay, so that's
4 engine.
That's
quite a big plane.
Yeah.
That's got at least hold 20 people in it. So so he saw that. He reckons it was the same size as that. About 10,000 feet altitude. the object eventually flew back over the house a second time, which led Governor to assume that it was circling the area. When the object flew away a second time, it turned a deeper red color and moved over the city of Washington itself. This occurred less than 2 hours before Edward Nugent first spotted the unknown objects on his radar. Normally, cigar UFOs, though, most people claim it is the motherships, and they release the other smaller objects or the orbs.
Yeah.
Is that what you found? That the cigar one's always been like the motherships?
More than, yeah, absolutely.
So
that's what I've been reading and seeing. Sure.
Probably should ask Robert. He would know. He would probably know all the cigar research books. He's got a couple hundred UFO books apparently. I don't know how he finds all the time to read. I don't have enough time just to process my social media every day, let alone read a book.
I know, exactly.
It's crazy the amount of time you spend online. And then I've got to look at UFO material to work out what I'm going to talk about. And of course, this one was brought up because of that photograph. And I was talking to Robert last night, and I showed him the photo, and he didn't believe it. You know, he didn't believe it was a fake photograph. But he said the case was definitely real. And even Il said he never heard of it being a fake photograph. So that's why I sort of pointed it out to him. And I thought I'd talk about it tonight again, because I did talk about it briefly in another live. So where did we get to? Circling. When the object flew away a second time, it turned deeper red. Occurred less than 2 hours before the objects were on the radar. Physicists at the University of Arizona and a prominent ufologist in the 1960s did his own analysis of the Washington sightings, including speaking with 4 pilots and 5 radar personnel who were involved with the 1952 Washington incident. McDonald discussed his conclusions before the Committee on Science and Astronautics of the U.S. House of Representatives. He told the committee that the temperature and vision theory used to explain the unknown radar tracks was quite untenable, and that, in his opinion, the 1952 Washington UFO incident was an incident of UAPs over the Capitol. Who was interviewed by McDonald about the incident, told Washington Post reporter in 2002, that he was still convinced that he saw an object over Washington National. So that's kind of strange. Why would the UFOs fly over the capital city? I think they must have been sending a message.
Could be.
Was that before the story about, is it Hollow Man, the so-called ETs landing at the Air Force Base to meet the president or something?
Yeah, that was Eisenhower.
And
that was out at 29 Palms.
Was that before or after?
That was back in the, that was right around that time, actually. Probably around 53, 54.
So it was probably after then. I know I did present it on a live, but I can't remember what the dates were. Yeah, it seems a bit strange, you know, almost like aliens were saying, you can't stop us, we can fly in your airspace anytime, sort of scenario, you know.
Oh, sure.
And that's probably why they haven't told people what really they are, because they don't want to have people panicking that the aliens can come and take you anytime and they can't do a thing about it, which is currently happening with abductions. So how many abductions a year take place? I can't remember what the stat was now. How many alien abductions? I typed it wrong there. Per year. Can't remember what the stat was. Of course, there's going to be some people that don't report it, I guess.
Yeah, quite a few, I'm sure.
Doesn't tell us a stat number by the looks of it. Strangest alien abduction ever recorded. Mystery of what happened to a forestry worker called Robert Taylor in Chile. I thought they were going to talk about the other one. What's his name? With the cowboy hat.
With the cowboy hat?
Yeah, fire in the sky.
Talking about John Lear?
Watson is his name? No, Watson. That's the guy with the cowboy hat and fire in the sky. I'm not good with names.
Son of a gun.
It's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't call it out. People probably know.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it. I can't see it in my brain.
You know, help.
I can say a lot of naughty words, but I can't figure out the guy's name. I don't remember.
Per year. Just trying to find the stat for that. It'll probably pop up in my brain eventually. Travis Walton, wasn't it?
Travis Walton, thank you. Good
bingo. He's got a cowboy hat, isn't he? Isn't he got a cowboy hat that he wears all the time?
Oh, he's got all kinds of crap. He does his little interview things in Phoenix all the time. Still lives in Arizona.
100+ alien abduction stories that will make you believe. June 6th last year. Abduction by aliens or sleep paralysis? Well, half of them happened during the day, so I don't think so somehow. And why people are driving cars even. And why some of them are actually in presence of other people that see it happen. That sleep paralysis thing just really gets me up my nose now when people talk about that. When was that put out?
The sleep paralysis thing?
Yeah, that was put out by 2016, so it's been around for a while.
Right.
Yeah, but it's a silly thing to say to suggest that's what it is.
I know it. My God. I outgrew that when as soon as I hit puberty, that didn't happen anymore. When I was a kid, it happened all the time.
I can't see to find the reference to how many people is. Must be at least 1,000 a year in the United States, though, surely. But what makes me wonder is you have millions go missing every year. Not every year. Well, you've had millions go missing, and you never find any clues of where they went to. That's kind of weird. So does that mean aliens could be abducting people for food? You never know.
No, you don't.
I wish we could find the stats though. How many get abducted? How many go missing per year in USA? That will probably tell us. There we go. That's come up straight away. There is as many as 10,000 active missing person cases in the US at any given point. Of that, 692 or 93,000 people reported missing in 2010, and 532,000 were under the age of 18. So that's quite a big percentage there. Of the 600, 700 gone missing, 500 are young. According to National Crime Information, 355,000 women were reported missing in 2010. So that means in USA you're losing almost 1 million people a year. Surely it can't be right.
What? No, that sounds overinflated to me.
Well, if you round it up, that's what they're trying to say here.
Yeah.
What are the most kidnappings? Phoenix, Arizona
Hello.
has become the kidnapping capital. You're stealing your kids down in that state there.
Well, it's a good thing I moved 2 hours south to Tucson then, isn't it? God. I lived in Phoenix for 20 years. Hated it.
It says here tens of thousands of kids go missing each year. But that doesn't sort of equate to the 693,000 people reported missing in 2010. I suppose what they're talking about is that's how many's accumulated. Right. That's accumulated, not per year. So I'm coming up to almost 1 million people, I guess, by now. If that was 2010, it must be up to about 1 million people in America gone missing to date. So it's 10,000 kids a year. So how many of those, how many adults would it be? Tens of thousands. So up to 20,000 go missing every year.
That sounds about right. That sounds right.
So where's those 20,000 disappearing? Serial killers? And I think it was on a stats page I once brought up, but Bill would know if he was on. I did invite him onto our live, but he obviously hasn't decided to join us. But we could ask him because he's now part of the Alien Research Group in California. So he would know all the stats probably. Looks like we're not going to get any hits on that one. What's this one? Oh, this was the strange ones. Was it? To be honest, a lot of time I listen to things people say after allegedly being abducted by aliens, and I think, yeah, right. To me, the stories are just too outlandish, and with so little hard evidence to back them up, that I have a hard time believing them. That said, the stories often are chilling to read, to listen to, and who knows. Solid data on exactly how many people... Oh, look, here we go. Solid data on exactly how many people believe in aliens is a little tough to come by. The most recent reputable survey found is the Gallup poll from 2005, which found that 24% of Americans believe that extraterrestrial beings have visited Earth at some time in the past. For curious, another 24% do not believe it, while the 51% remain undecided. I thought it was going to tell us how many percentage got kidnapped, but it didn't. In any event, though, it's certainly possible to believe in the possibility of alien life without necessarily believing in alien abductions. But for what it's worth, although I'm a skeptic, I don't think the proliferation of alleged alien abduction stories is as simple as people just making stuff up. I don't doubt that in a wide variety of cases people believe they experience something. However, I think there are loads of other reasonable, rational, earthy explanations for these kinds of incidents we should try to rule out before entertaining the idea of aliens. I guess that's what this research group do, though. Either way, though, it's true that the universe is such a vast place that seems unlikely there's no intelligent life. Hey, it's barely intelligent life on planet Earth. So surely there's got to be something out there beyond our solar system. My body remembered, but my mind did not. That must be the scratches and things they get. I'm not sure what happened. Right. Oh, geez, that's blurry, isn't it? Is it my eyesight going, or it could be my eyesight? It's very blurry to me for some reason. Not sure what happened, but I've always joked that alien abduction could explain it. I was young, kid, grade school age. It was a hot summer night. I was headed to bed. I remember sitting in bed and having this bad feeling More than just a feeling, I knew something was coming to get me, like a horrifying reoccurrence was about to happen again, that my body remembered, but my mind did not. I knew it was close, possibly I was within eyesight. I was terrified beyond my wits and had no idea of what, but it was going to get me no matter what I did. I hadn't sat down on my bed for more than a few seconds, so it wasn't sleep paralysis. I turned around slowly to scan my room, and eye blurry. It was the next morning, just like that. I was still dressed and everything still in mid-turn, except it was the next day. 1 second I was terrified at night, and as I turned around, it was the next morning. I felt well rested, yet only a second, which I was awake for, had passed. He's got that, like that drug, you know, and you get that drug in operating theatre, you can't remember.
Right.
You can't remember what happened after that point once you get the drug. But
Rufinol.
Yeah, but they give
Rufinol.
it. Yeah, they give it to you for endoscopes. They don't actually knock you out. They actually give you that drug so you can't remember things, and they can instruct you to do anything like chirp like a chicken, and you go ahead and do it. But they tell you to swallow the thing and not vomit and all that, and that just controls your mind. And it wears off very quickly, apparently, and you just can't remember anything that went on, which is kind of scary. Because
yeah, they have there's a drug like that down in South America, and they warn people about it because, you know, especially if they see someone that they think has money, they blow it in your face, and you will literally do anything they ask you to do, and you have no clue, and you wake up like 12 to 24 hours later, all your money's gone, everything is gone, and you don't have a clue. Not a clue what happened. It's bizarre. Yeah.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Scary how
it is scary.
Scary how our minds can be manipulated like that.
Yes.
If it's not MSN with their fake news, something that could happen too, where someone drugs you or whatever.
Sure.
But that happened. Do you remember that case I read out about the guy that dressed up as an alien, and he was a truck driver, and he had the back of his truck as an operating theatre?
No.
No, you must have missed that live stream.
What the hell was that all about?
Well, apparently he was a serial rapist or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if he killed anybody.
Oh no! And he was doing it in the back of a big rig.
Yeah, like people talk about being anal probed, and it was him being.
Jesus.
True story. The FBI eventually hunted him down and thing, but apparently he did it to 71 or 72 people or something like that.
Wow.
All I can remember is waking up dazed. He must have drugged them somehow. I don't know how he drugged them. And he was dressed up in a latex alien mask. Well, they didn't know. They thought it was they were being abducted by aliens. So that could explain some sightings, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. He was probably based in Phoenix too. Just my luck.
Well, actually, now you think about it,
wouldn't surprise me.
This sort of thing you'd only see on a movie or TV show like Blacklist or something like that, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
It really is. Wow. Humans can do some pretty interesting things, can't they?
Yeah. So I started having these visions of who I am. Oh, she's doing the naughty sign. You know, the MS media going on about this stupid sign, which is okay, not asshole or whatever.
The naughty sign. Jesus, Paul.
Well, I'm just taking the mickey out of the mainstream media and what's been going around social media lately.
That whatever.
Yeah. The video here features an 11-minute long interview with a woman named Elizabeth April, who is a frequent speaker at conferences. What do you think of that? I'm always a bit skeptical of ones that come out on conferences all the time and they're getting paid, you know. Alien enthusiasts and UFO believers in the interview starting about the 4-minute mark. She tells her alleged abduction story. She was 18. She went on a 10-day meditation retreat. What's that mean? Meditation? Was that smoking weed? And woke up one night to find a huge white head hovering above her. Yeah, several of the beings had these huge white heads, what she calls tall whites, a species of aliens she claims are about 8.5 feet tall, very skinny and paper white. So that could easily be, again, people drugging her and dressing up as aliens. Took her out of the bed room and says at which point they shot up to their ship. Well, I suppose if you're under the influence of some drugs, it's possible. But while she was up there, she claims they implanted something in her ear with a metal machine. After the experience, she says, "A hold to me." She continues, invasive as it was, the fact that they put an implant in my ear, regardless of all that, it still opened me up to the possibilities it was in a predestined contracts to be abducted. A predestined contract, I think, to be abducted at the time, at the age by the species. So it could be just a story again, you know, unless they could verify the thing in the ear. So how do you know she got a thing in the ear?
You know, she's talking about this 10-day retreat. What was she doing? An MDMA retreat or something down in South America or Mexico or on one of the islands?
Yeah.
Because you do that, man, you are going to see visions big time.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They're like 10-day retreats, and in the end, you take MDMA and you friggin' just boom.
And you can imagine anything though. So if you've read a lot about alien abductions and then you get drugged, that's what you might sort of dream about, to imagine, maybe, you know.
Yeah. I agree.
A sense of humor. So aliens have a sense of humor. I can't say for certain I've ever been abducted or that I can't say for certain, so they're not sure. Or that I've, even beyond a shadow of a doubt, ever had any sort of alien experience whatsoever. However, there's a really weird memory from my childhood, plus one strange occurrence from my adulthood. When I was a little kid, I had episodes where it felt like I was stuck in time. What's episodes mean? That sounds like seizures or something when I hear episodes.
Yep.
If you said I had dreams where I was stuck in time, where I was watching TV and had this weird sort of headache feeling when it happened. Maybe it was some sort of seizure thing. See, there's the seizure now. I don't know. One night as a little kid, however, I remember it was late at night. Everyone was asleep and I was awake in my parents' room because I was scared. I was in a sort of hazy state of mind and oddly unafraid. So, to be honest, I'm not 100% certain. So, when people say they're not 100% certain, I sort of get turned off, you know. I wasn't just dreaming, but I remember that it really did not feel like a dream. So there's too many wishy-washy statements here. Either it happened or it didn't happen. So I don't know if it's worth reading it anymore. So where's the figure? The figure appeared in my dreams for a few months after a sort of whimsical, wise yet childhood teacher. It was a bit hard to read this print front because it's a wee bit blurry. I think it's a graphic, isn't it? Yeah,
it sure looks like it.
Yeah, it's a graphic. I wonder why they did that, to make it less searchable. Oh,
could be.
Or he copied and pasted it from another website, and then he's added his own words down here.
Gee, I've never done that.
Oh well.
Minor for educational purposes.
Looks like he's got it mostly off Reddit here. So what's this website anyway? Anyway, I think we should have a.
That was Travis.
Should have a break anyway. I've got to probably have. It's 10:30. I gotta have a break.
Okay.
And I suppose we have a look at some MUFON cases where I feel good. What's 10:30? We'll go probably to 12, 1 o'clock. See how it goes. You can leave any time. You can leave any time you feel tired, though.
No, I'm fine. I'm actually enjoying this. I always enjoy my time with you, Paul. I really do. I just do. I enjoy my time with you.
That's all right then. We just need more people like you then, and they could chip in on the side and do research with us, couldn't they?
I agree.
So we'll just put up a break here while I have a 10 minute break probably with the dog and toilet.
Yeah.
We got to do a parameter check outside every night. They're just not happy otherwise. We got to watch out for those. We got to watch those illegals jumping the wall.
I've got to watch out for people shooting my neighbors in the street.
That's true. You had to shoot them, didn't you? Well, we ain't that serious yet. All we've got to watch out is hedgehogs and cats. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's do a break.
We get a lot of hedgehogs. I don't know if you get those in America, but they're like little tiny porcupines.
Oh yeah. We get little baby ones. They're little tiny things.
Yeah. Well, these ones can be quite big actually. It's like a foot long and half a foot thick. Yeah, you get really big hedgehogs if they live that long. Normally they get the shaky disease where they can't stand up and their legs are all shaken, and eventually it kills them. Some sort of virus that kills them eventually.
How sad.
Well, apparently, I'm not sure if you heard, but Ebola has killed 400 people in Congo.
I saw your post on Twitter about that. I followed it. I'm like, ooh, that's nasty.
We don't want that to spread, and we certainly don't want to get to the airlines and spread to the countries. But
no, you know.
Looks like we've lost a couple of people watching since we stopped that. But sorry about that, guys. We need a bit of break because we're going 3.5 hours almost. So I'm just going to put up some more of my music and I'll see if my message works. Where is it?
Dun, dun, dun.
Where is it? Squiggly thing. Let's see if it works. Be right back. That looks all right, doesn't it?
That looks fantastic. And I will see you in 10. Bye.
I haven't queued it up yet.
Okay.
I need the alien one. Where's it gone? Should be in this list. This always comes up so slow. Should be in this list here. Stupid thing. Oh, here we go. UFO. I normally just play that one because it's 20 minutes long. Okay, be back in 10 minutes and we'll be looking at some UFO videos and analysis.
So after speaking of my experience, regarding my kid, right? So it's not just mom. So I want to ask you a question. I want to see you
What? There's all this crap. Just get the ads out of here. Really? There we go. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well.
I'll be right back. Turn it back off. Yeah, so got a biscuit and a drink. I thought my sugar levels were dropping a wee bit low. So while I was walking, I was thinking it's possible that aliens have been abducting humans and transporting them to another Earth-like planet. Are you there?
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Because that would make sense. You know how people talked about that we couldn't have been here through evolution, but transported through alien intervention. Maybe what they do is they abduct it from planet to planet, you know. And
right.
Since the majority of is 18 or younger, or if the ones being abducted, it could be the ideal range for them to grow up as kids to adults.
That's an interesting concept, actually.
And also, you would have a control as well if you put it onto another planet.
Oh, sure.
So you could do experiments with people on Earth and see how the control group is different from the ones you're playing around with. But yeah, that'd be a good sci-fi movie, wouldn't it? But there is a similar movie. I don't know if you ever watched it, called Known. 2012 was it? Let's see if I can find that with Nicolas Cage in it. It's quite a good one. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So I shouldn't have told the. There's a subplot on it. Apparently, his daughter gets all these numbers in the head, and she writes it down on paper, and he starts looking into it and researching them online, and he starts working out the letters mean numbers. The letters form words and stuff, and.
Oh yes, and it's his kid, and yeah.
But in the end, it's actually a UFO story, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, it was. I've seen that a few times.
I know there was. I think it was 2012. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have it saved in my library, and what's it called? Amazon. Let me check. That's been looking in my library.
Oh, that's right. She predicts. Future events.
Yep.
That's not it though. Maybe it's not known. No one. Maybe it's that one. That's it.
I know.
That's it. 2009 one.
Knowing. Yep, you are correct. That's
hey, we got Jim L join us. We're just having a break. Did you join on during the break? It's good to have you join us. So you're late on, almost 11 o'clock at night. So you got work early in the morning, haven't you? Or have you got a day off? In Australia, we used to call those rostered days off. So if you worked over your weekend, you get a longer weekend with an extra day.
Yeah. We do the same thing.
Yeah.
Is Jamal in the side chat, or?
Yeah, he's called JV. JV, that's Jamal.
Ah, there he is.
Up in Auckland, New Zealand there. So that's that movie there. If you haven't seen it, go and grab it. And another movie that Nicolas Cage that I like is called Next. It's about a guy that sort of can try and time travel using his mind. That's got a twisty ending to it too. Where is it? 2007. I don't like the movies he does now. They're all sort of rubbish. So that was the other one I liked. Still got a high rating there. If you like sci-fis, that's one to get. And there was another one too. It was quite good. Was he in 2012 as well? The movie 2012, that was quite good.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the one, yeah.
Nicolas Cage, was he in that one? Can't remember now.
Yeah, who the heck was in that?
Is that the one?
And they were flying that big Russian Tupolev 225 or whatever with all the exotic cars in it. And
2012, that one there. Well, the rating on that one's dropped a wee bit, but I kind of like that movie. It was kind of a bit.
That was a
bit cheesy.
It was cool.
Bit cheesy, but the effects were quite good.
Yeah.
That they had Alex Jones in a camper van. Well, they were sort of taking a mickey out of Alex Jones, and the big boulder from the explosion from the volcano, I think it was, super volcano, comes down and wipes out his caravan. Now that was quite good. That's another one to watch if you haven't seen it. But I can't remember if Nicolas Cage was in it.
The man gets around.
Yeah, he used to, and then he sort of dropped out the scene.
Oh, he's made his money. Hell, I drop out too.
I don't see his name in the list. So, well, he wasn't in that one. But that was 3 movies I quite liked. And there was some other ones too. Jumper was quite a funny one, a time travel one.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
He steals money from banks So the FBI jumping unit, well, they've got time travel as well. Sort of catch them, don't they? Sort of, and then he gets away again. So a lot of these movies were made roughly around the same time. They must have good script writers back then. 207 to 209. Jumper. I don't know if Jamel's ever watched them. So yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, he jumps to Egypt as well, doesn't he? So he can jump back in time as well, was it? Or any location?
Oh, he jumps all over the place. He's like, isn't he chasing a guy?
Yeah, but does he jump over the same different locations, but he's not jumping in time? Can't remember.
I think it's just different locations.
Yeah, I think that one was, yeah. It was kind of different than the regular time travel. And another one I used to like was the English one. What's it called now? About Time. It's hilarious. If you haven't seen it, you got to get it out. And the guy goes on a date and he realizes he can jump by closing his eyes and thinking about something or whatever. And it's a typical UK sense of humor. About Time. Let's see if it's that one.
I love some of the stuff that comes out of the UK. It's clever. It's good. It's like, man, we don't have programming like that.
Yeah, I think that's the one. So basically, he stuffs up these states. He's trying to get this hot girl to really like him, and he keeps stuffing up the date, and he gets slapped or left behind or something. So he keeps jumping back to the moment where he stuffs up to try and correct it, and it just gets worse and worse. Which is what you expect with time travel, where you're trying to change things for the better, but it doesn't actually work out.
Right.
Gets worse and worse. So he learns a lesson. It's like a lesson, and it's quite good. It's probably my top one out of those four. So go and hire them out or find them online somewhere and watch them online. See, that one's got a high rating. It's almost 8 out of 10. So it's still going good. So yeah, so I haven't actually talked about Secure Team tonight, but he did put out some UFO ones, which I had a quick look before the stream, and I'll just go over that now before I look at them.
UFO of interest went ahead and posted something on Twitter about Secure Team coming about 10 minutes ago.
All right, so I might just have a look at what he's put out, but maybe I'll look to see if he thinks the same as me, maybe. So he's put this one out. Here we go. It's coming from above. So we'll just play that one. I'll just mute it though.
Okay.
I probably wasn't quick enough. So he shows off his new $1,000 camera to start, which was good pictures. Look at that. I wish I had that the other night when I was doing my blood moon. So that's what camera technology you have today. So which is funny, because when he puts on those ones where things are passing the moon, it's all blurry. It's all out of focus, and you can't make out any detail. But look at this. You could almost jump into the craters. They look so realistic.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So why do we get?
Use a tripod.
So why, when we get UFO videos, are they such garbage? You know, he says this guy sent it from UK, from his backyard telescope, and it looks like a load of rubbish. You know, and which turns out to be either a bird flying by that's out of focus, or a balloon, couple of balloons passing it in air current. You know, and you can see them rotating if you do the proper analysis on it, but. Definitely looks like no UFOs there tonight, or junk in the sky at least. And of course, the other common ones is planes flying across, and they cause a disturbance in the atmosphere, and they cause that lunar effect, which has been debunked with plane contrail that's spreading.
Right.
So So it looks like he's going to need a tripod because he can't keep it steady. But anyway, he talks about sinkholes, scare, fear mongering there. So we'll just go on to the bits that I don't know, what's that one about the thing hole above? What's he saying? Sinkholes. So he's saying the sinkholes is created by lightning?
Oh, God.
Well, we know how sinkholes are formed. It's limestone that a lot of places are built on, and of course, certain lines, water seeps through the ground and dissolves the limestone over time, and eventually it falls down.
Yeah, especially in Florida. That's common. It happens in Florida. They're sitting on limestone with water underneath them. So, hello.
So, yeah, I don't think that one's worth worrying about. But I can't see just fast forward going. It gets halfway. It's halfway, then I always have problems.
Oh,
look at that! It just keeps going back, even though I go forward. What if I click? What if I click up here? Oh, that worked. All right, here's one of them I'm after. So looking at this one here, coming up. I'll just unmute it. And we'll talk about it.
Was sent to me, posted by someone who was on a commercial airliner flying above the Sea of Japan en route to Los Angeles, when a viewer noticed a USO, or unidentified submerged object, traveling at what they described a very high velocity under the water, where you can see this dark object under the water.
Right, so what do you guys think? Does that look like it's in the sky or underwater to you? You can't really tell, can you? And this is my point. How does he know it's underwater? What's this up here? This is clouds, right?
Yeah. It looks like a shadow of some kind.
Looks like a shadow. That's
sorry. I'm not sure.
I'm not. You've actually may have actually solved it, because I didn't even think about that, John. I was going to ask you guys what you thought. You know that planes cause contrails. I thought it might be another jet that's further down that's got a dark contrail, but you may have solved it. It might be another plane that's above them that's casting the shadow down on the water.
With the contrail. That's the contrail.
Yeah, so we're getting a shadow of the contrail as well as the plane probably on the water.
Yep.
Or on a sky layer or something with here. But we can't see any details. It's just crappy footage again. But I don't know if it's zoomed in portrait or landscape here, where you can see a dark object under the water. So straight away he's put this image in your head that it's got to be underwater. And it straight away takes you away of thinking, oh, isn't it a plain contrail? But yeah, it could be a shadow of a contrail. I never even thought about that until you said. Well, there you
go. At almost what appears to be the same speed as the plane, or it's at least keeping up with the plane. That is until the end of the video, where the object, whatever it is, begins to completely overtake the plane and pull ahead at a much faster speed.
So if it's this plane, actual contrail shining down onto the water, and it overtake when the plane turns, won't it? Let's see. Could it be this plane shadow as it turns? Let's have a look.
Oh, there you go. Wouldn't that be interesting?
To me, it doesn't look like in the sea to me. That looks like sky level. Are you seeing any waves there?
No. Heck, that could even be a freaking scratch in the plastic window, for crying out loud.
They don't have plastic windows. Could be.
Yeah, they do. Planes have plastic windows. That's why I hate looking out at plane windows, because they're always scratched up and bizarre looking, and
you mean
with a crap camera.
You mean
maybe
it's normally like really thick glass? I thought you're saying the inside is plastic, Or
oh, well, yeah, they have both.
You mean perspex?
They're dual. Yeah, they're dual pane windows, and there's a space in between them that's heated, and they get scratched up, and you can't clean the scratches off. And if you're using a crap camera, it may enlarge the crack or the scratch and make it look like a shadow out there. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Well,
because it's
if it's
moving with the
overtaken,
window.
though, if it's moving the distance between here and the windowsill, though, that rules out your theory. But let's have a look.
But it's not. It's moving with the window. See? Look. It's now a little different location, but it's moving with the window.
Guess what? It is form portrait as well. I thought it might be the first landscape recording that he's had for a while. Could it even be a boat on the sea that's leaving a oil trail? I don't know. But to say it's a USO that's underwater is a far-fetched speculation. Here, look, that can't be a scratch, can it?
Dang.
I don't think so. It's not a scratch, I don't think. I might be wrong. Is it overtaken, or is it just the angle?
Well, you know what? Could it be a jetty out there? And maybe they're just barely flying off the coast, and that's the jetty. It's a hell of a long jetty, but I don't know.
To me, it looks like a shadow off a contrail on the water.
Yeah, because it spreads and gets wider and fades away, just like a contrail. But
yeah.
Go get them.
Strange things under our water. I'm a bit stumped on this one, guys. So tell me what you think now.
Okay, what's Jamal think? He said something on the side. Absolutely, it's more likely to be a shadow rather than anything underwater. Yeah.
Thank you, Jamal.
Why is that not scrolling up? Oh, here we go. Too many alleged UFO videos that have very shaky camera work. Very good point. Well, and spud camera. Look how bad that footage is there. So he's stumped on this one, guys. Well, we weren't stumped. And he's been doing this for 7 years, right? I've only been doing it for a couple of years. So yeah, and he's only in 7 years he's only just bought a camera. What's that tell you?
Right.
You know, it's very suspect for being a ufologist. I think most ufologists know have aimed a camera at the sky and photographed something within 7 years. And he's meant to be the top UFO channel, so.
Speaking of water, we have a set of images here of a couple of different strange things happening at the same time.
Okay, so this is the next one with 2 images. Apparently, we've got a beam of light. Now, what's that, guys? What's that beam of light coming down here? See how good I've trained you up, all of yous. Are you paying attention, John?
I'm trying to.
Can you see?
My glasses and my eyes are getting tired. It's all right with that. Okay.
Can you see the beam of light? It's really faint, though.
Yeah, it's there.
What's causing it?
That looks like a reflection from a inside of a window or something.
No, where's the sun? Where's the sun in that photograph?
Oh, hello. Yeah.
You got to think what's been cropped out the picture. Always think about cropping. So obviously the sun's going to be, I don't know where my cursor is. It's probably in the wrong place, but it's up here where the beam is. I think that's just a what you call a streak from the like a lens flare happening. So it's not a beam. And he showed a picture beforehand. Let's see if I can get back to it. You know how crazy this program is. Here we go. So this is a picture beforehand. You can still see the streak. So they took 2 pictures, God knows how many seconds apart, probably 1 second, shooting upwards at the sky, where the sun is. So we're getting a lens flare, partial lens flare happening. And then he does the next one.
The photographer took the 4 images of the beam of light.
Then we get this object in the beam of light. He's calling it a UFO. So it's pretty small, and he zooms in on it.
Right on this coast here.
So I've sort of put that into an editor, but what do you think that is, guys? You know, it was between 2 different pictures. It wasn't there, and then it was.
A bug?
Yeah, that's one possibility. But what's the other? Bird? Doesn't look like a bird though. So what's another one? Which I've covered. You probably haven't watched all my videos though.
No, I haven't. I'm not sure what that could be.
Debris.
Debris.
Yeah, like a seed pod. So it could be like a seed pod that's blown through the air and when they've taken a photograph. So let's plug that into the editor. What did Jamal say? Did he guess it? Be a shadow, flare, lens flare. Yeah, he got lens flare right.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, good on you. You
pass. Good call, Jamal.
You pass. So these are the images I took of it. And is it going to load? Is the question. So we can zoom right into it and you can see how blurry it is. It's not really in focus. So what's it not being in focus mean? It's not a sharp crisp image.
Motion, shutter blur, shutter. Oh, what's it called? Shice.
Motion blur.
Motion blur. Thank you.
What else? It's not in focus. So let's plug it into the editor, and this is what I ran it through some filters in case it was a Photoshop because we don't know. So still, it could be a Photoshop. I'm not too sure. If there's any stuff pointing out there, but I'll just cut in. I changed the colors to see if we can see the pixels better. And scale it up. So does it look like it's been tampered with? Certainly got a dark bit around here. It looks pretty constant. It's got some stripy bits happening here, which is kind of strange. But that could be...
interlacing?
Could be some camera artifact happening. Or it could be taken through a window, is another possibility. So I amplified it, and this is what I got. Now, what does that look like to you guys?
Interesting.
It's interesting, but it doesn't look like a UFO, does it?
No.
Any clues, guys, out there?
The hell is that? I have no idea.
I reckon it might be a leaf from a tree that's crumpled up. Like the curvy edges there of a leaf that goes around and around, and it's just blowing in the wind when they were taking a picture. In the gust. Or it might be something a bird dropped, you know, seed pods. But right. I don't think it's a balloon. I think it's just a small object in the picture. I don't think it's some sort of latex balloon or mala balloon blown across. It looks like it's more likely to be a smaller object closer to the lens because it's out of focus. Right. But that was enhanced and it was colored. So, yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks like it could be a crumpled up little leaf that's fallen off something. Which you get on the beaches, the wind gusts, whatnot. Don't think it's a bird, and I don't think it's a bug, because it hasn't got that obvious shape that we get normally. Yeah, it certainly doesn't. It doesn't fit a mile balloon either. So, but we've seen these on Google Images, you know, where they have the thing spinning around. So, see if I can find an image again to compare. Flying poop. Come on, you're not allowed to say that word. Is Jamal still here? He didn't say. You didn't say anything, Jamal. What it could be? You think a leaf, and you think I'm right. Sometimes you guys can spot something I can't, so that's why I ask. You see, pattern matching needs a lot of brains on it. I think sometimes. It's a lens flare with a Photoshop object to make it appear as flying saucer. Yeah, but if you're going to Photoshop it, wouldn't you create something that looks more believable as a UFO? So I don't think I don't think it is a Photoshop myself. But let's see. If we can get an image of a Google image that's got a leaf when they take a picture, you see it looks very similar. That's if we can find one. Google Street View. Leaf. See what happens if we can find anything. Yeah, didn't quite get it, did it? You still beeping there, John?
I'm still here. Yeah, it's Facebook in the background.
All right. So we got the images of a leaf. That's a good question. So what do we got here? Life is good. Alien. Probably not the right keyword. Oh, here we go. Giant leaf attacks car. That's not a Google image though, is it? That's like someone's taken a picture through another window. I was just trying to find one where they catch the image, a leaf falling in the way of their street view. They have got plenty of stuff like that normally. Here might be one. Is that a leaf up the corner? I already got it zoomed in, it's a bit hard to see. I have come across them before. But maybe have to type UFO in maybe or something. Google Street View leaf. What else can we try? The word UFO. Well, we got that one. That's a butterfly wing, which is caught half of one up here. That's what happens. Butterfly was passing as the camera was spinning, and you get that sort of how it stitched the images together. So it took a picture there, and as it got there, it took another one. So it only got half the butterfly as it was in motion. So you get half a wing. But that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. As it blows past, you snapping picture. These ones lens flare. That happens because they got that the strange dome on top of the car that spins around. Well,
right.
There's no dome because then the lens flare is going to be different, and it changes the color to pinky color like that. You see those all. You used to find all those all over Google Maps. Here's another one. Claims alien abduction. I think that was just a reflection of something in the yard, wasn't it? I can't remember now. Butterfly one again. Well, you think there'd be a lot of images that we could look at. Probably another one here with a bug. Computer's been running quite good tonight, actually, I think.
It's been doing great.
But I haven't watched it back or skimmed it. So, yeah, and I think that's about it on there. Yeah, then he goes on about YouTube as well. See, I can't even scroll forward. This is just crazy. So that's his enhancement there. Compare that to mine. You might have the proper image. Well, I took it from a screen snapshot. I might just do that one too, maybe. More zoomed in. Might be able to see what it is better. Bit blurry, as you can see, it's out of focus. I'm not sure if you put the original in the description or not. So what's the time? I thought Gerard or Robert would have joined us by now. It's like they're trying to avoid me, huh? Sunday of all things, you know.
Right.
So has he got the original to that one? Photographs? It doesn't look like it, does it? Oh yeah.
Nope.
Sea of Japan. Sinkhole. No, he hasn't got the photographs. The Sea of Japan was the contrail one that we think it is. So, you cold, are you? I got 2 fans on trying to keep cool here.
Well, yep, I've got the electric blanket cranked all the way up here under my chair. It's wonderful. Oh, stop dinging. Damn it. Sorry.
Why do you get so many messages?
Well, because I'm a popular guy. What can I say?
Well, how many people you got on your Facebook? You got too many. Like, he's got about 5,000.
Yeah, I'm in some groups that get pretty active. I comment and they're like,
I normally get banned from Facebook groups when I start telling them what it is. You're not allowed to tell them what the UFO is.
Yeah.
So
that's why you're hearing all the dings, because I just went ahead and contested something and they're all pissed off and replying to me.
So we'll try enhancing it with some filters.
Okay. What?
Oh, wrong one. Okay. Let's see if this works out any better. Looks like it's got round circles happening here. Around here. So it sort of has that bend in that I was talking about, like a leaf coming down. Shadows, if you know what I mean. But
yep.
Let's see if I can enhance it, take away the blurriness. So that's similar to my one. So that's maximum enhancement. So what the H is it? Bits and pieces. Looks like it might be a bit in the middle here too. It's given us some more details on how we zoomed it in with better quality. I still got to think it's a bit of debris.
You're probably right.
I don't think we can enhance it any better than that. We can get rid of what is that one? The brightness. Clearly not a UFO, is it? In the sense of alien craft, but well, that is. Piece of trash, wind, leaf, debris. Very strange. We can try some other things on it. Nothing's popping out to my mind what it could be. But obviously it's going to be something natural or man-made. I don't think it's a balloon still. A seed pod of some kind. Could someone have picked up a shell on the beach and thrown it as they were taking a picture?
Yeah.
Could that be like a? Could that be like a clam piece of clam shell? Yeah, they've sort of got the scallop ends on it. Kind of crazy shape though. Look, some crazy stuff popping out here. Look at that. Almost looks like it's a tear in the fabric, and it's got stuff underneath. Kind of strange, stranger effect happening. Look, it looks like it's torn away. That's a strange one to hit in a filter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I agree.
It's very arty. It's like a tattoo, you know, people get the tattoo with a sort of mechanical under skin or something. Could it still be a crinkled up leaf? Yes, it could. You know, the black bits is where it's curled up and it's sort of not reflecting the light in the same way.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's a UFO there, Paul.
Yeah, where's the alien? Was that an alien head sticking out here?
Oh, there you go. See, all those black things is their alien heads. You know, that's what Tyler said. I believe him.
Well, does it look like it's photoshopped there? I don't think so. Look, the background looks consistent there. But you couldn't rule it out if they're clever enough. If they know what to do. Basically, you would have to save it as another image format, so you lose the JPEG compression pretty much, like a ping or whatever. And then you load it back in as a ping, resave it as a ping, and then it's lost all that extra metadata, as they call it, you know, the fingerprints. So yeah, I don't know about this one. It's kind of crazy. Just undo that. So that was his enhancements. So he could have modified it a wee bit too, probably. We don't really know because we don't have the original.
Excuse me, Mom's up. I've got to see what's going on.
Okay, mate. To me, it looks like something bending down in front here. But the black bit's a bit confusing. They'll probably come to me. I'll probably be dreaming it in my sleep, and I'll wake up next morning and say, oh, I know exactly what that is. But we'll save that one too, I think. A bit blurry. Come back to it another day, maybe. I thought it was a MUFON case or not. Doesn't look like it could be a butterfly. Don't think it's a butterfly or a bug.
Okay, my friend, it's time for me to sign off. I almost fell going down the hallway to see what's going on.
All right, mate. That's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
But thank you.
That's
I've
all right.
appreciated the time you've spent.
All right.
This is good stuff. I will see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, your Tuesday.
Tuesday night.
My Wednesday. Yep.
Yes.
All right, mate.
Have a good night, guys.
See ya. So we can minimize that one out, put that up, unless some of the other guys come on. So if you want to talk to me, you're going to have to get on Discord, and we'll probably send you a link to join my channel. How you do that, I don't know right now. But maybe I have to figure it out next time. But let's have a look around and see what else we can find to look at. I think that was pretty much it covered. Apart from him going on about that his channel's going to be closed down, maybe, with the new YouTube thing that I talked about at the beginning. And this one here, I was going to ask everybody what this one is, so you should know that one. We've seen images in the past of these mysterious beings. So what is that one, Jamal? Let's see if you've been paying attention. I was meant to ask John before he left. Anyone can answer it if you're still there. Beings of light. We've covered this at least twice or 3 times now. It's a camera artifact. Should give you a hint. No one? Is everybody gone? Are you still there, Jamal? Renee, you still there? Renee wouldn't know what it was. You haven't been paying attention, I don't think. Yeah, Renee's there. So what is it, Renee? I've covered this so many times now, the beams of lights and photographs. No idea. Rolling shutter. Whenever you have a lightning storm and rolling shutter is a certain thickness on certain cameras, it's different sizes. It scans along in a bar and processes the data like a flatbed scanner. So when you get a lightning blast, you're going to get a brighter bit when it's scanning that part of the photograph and the microseconds that it's processing. So it looks like a beam of light coming down. So all those ones are rolling shutter, I think. This one here could be lens flare, maybe, or a the other ones you get like the ice pillars. You know, it creates ice crystals in the air and causes street lamps or something like that that's out there to shine up in a column as well. But from what I can see on all these ones, they look like rolling shutter going across left to right. So no, not Blueprint Project. You watch too much. You got to stop watching Third Phase of the Moon. They're putting strange ideas in your head. So yeah, it carries on talking anyway. And that's lens flare. That's how I can get to the end. It's not letting me go.
That they're using these light beams.
So this guy is full of disinformation. That's obviously lens flare with a bit of debris flying past the lens or out slightly further from the camera. So YouTube's doing a crackdown, as I talked about at the start of the episode, and he's saying that his channel is all about critical thinking, which it's not.
On CNN Business, posted yesterday, revealed that YouTube is going to be making changes to its recommendation algorithm, which basically serves up new videos for you guys to watch. And they're doing this in an effort to crack down on the spread of so-called conspiracy theories on its platform. In the blog post on Friday, the Google-owned company said that it would start by reducing its recommendations of, quote, borderline content and videos that may misinform users in harmful ways. And I guess this borderline content includes videos featuring fake miracle cures for serious diseases, claims that the earth is flat, and the making of blatantly false claims about historical events such as 9/11. And as of right now, the company has not given us any further examples. So we don't know.
Security, I would say, the example. What are you saying? Quantum leaps beyond else. Extraterrestrials. Laser pointer. I think those mids you're on are making you see things there, Renee.
Know if Secure Team and channels like it are on the chopping block next. And while certainly I would agree that the channel does deal with many conspiracy theories, or if you want to call them that, I call it critical.
He makes up a lot of conspiracy theories. He uses regular news facts and then mixes a bit of conspiracies into it. So I think he's going to be on the target list, actually.
But all in all, Secure Team is a very lighthearted, family-friendly channel. And I think the theories and the phenomena and the incidents that we talk about are in no way dangerous to this platform or anyone watching. And I don't think that we ever make any sort of quote-unquote blatantly false claims or anything like that. And
so, Jamal, do you think he doesn't make any false claims? Well, how about those beaming of lights in the same episode that he was claiming to be extraterrestrial beams of light coming down with objects in it? That's a false claim. So, yeah, sort of shot himself in the foot. If he's trying to appeal to any Google admin that's watching this, I've just seen those bits beforehand with the contrail, which looks like a shadow. But I think they said... let's have a look. UFO Interest has put out something as well. Let's see what he said. Here we go. So, in the latest video, Hoax security team continues to share old pictures related to alleged beams of light. About those beams of light, rolling shutter, which is what I just said. About that being from space, well, that's probably lightning, one of those lightning things, isn't it? What's it look like? Looks more like lens flare to me. But I know if they do have storms underneath, you get lightning strikes as well going into space. So about the beam in space, he would have done a better analysis of it. He's got a YouTube on it, has he? Better mute that music. Giant beam of green light shooting out from Earth. So what did these guys work it out as? He's not going to tell us until the end. Is it lightning? Is it a lens flare? Is it a reflection? All these newspapers putting it out there. A lens flare. There you go. So that one was a lens flare that time. So here's the full video footage. And didn't see much there myself. I suppose you have to watch it on the full screen. Slow it down, maybe. Scott C. Warren. Anyway, I'll just post that link there. Scott and Taylor. I'll post that one with it too. Here we go. So what else we got there, Scott? Anything new that we should look at? Triangle UFO. I've seen this one before. No, that was the German brothers, yeah. Brothers, CGI artists from Germany. So this CGI. It's on an original video, so let's have a look. Oh yeah. So that's CGI. Most people probably would have said that was a reflection on an inside window or something, probably. One of those laser pointers where you put a one of those filters on the front which makes a shape and then just aim at the window. That'd be the easiest way to make it, wouldn't it? Rather than doing CGI. But what's it say down here? UFO Files TV. So that's not the original. So it shows you how good CGI can be. So when it jumped from there to there, you could see it wasn't a torch beam. So yeah, that sort of gave it away as being CGI then. And it's sort of changing, rotating at 3D. Trying to make it look like a TR3D, I guess. So where was the proof that it's from the brothers? I reckon that's the original. It's not the original, I don't think, because that's on the UFO channel, isn't it? Won't it? New blacklight satellite footage. Wow. Let's have a look at it. Doesn't look like a space blanket, does it? That's because it's not. It's obviously been modeled and CGI'd. Let's see. Many users are sharing this video on Facebook. This video is CGI published in 2016 by VX artist Lindrek. Josie, whatever his name is, YouTube. So there you go. All the stuff you got to watch out for, guys. Phoenix lights were 2 different events. Yep. We know that. First one was sighting of the triangle craft, and the other one was military cover-up by dropping flares. I suppose that's what he's got here. Phoenix lights showing how the flares were dropped in the sky. And it went behind the mountain range, so it sort of went out before the flares burnt out. Which you don't see at night time, you don't see the mountain range. So they've overlaid it like I've done previous lives with the Reno triangle UFO footage at night time. Then you can see where the mountain range is. So that's the clever stuff you can do to debunk it. Oh, and I think that's probably it, is it? What do we got here? Lens flare up here off the obviously the blue lights. Case 9705. So that's a MUFON, is it? It's UK tabloid, Daily Express. Hoax promoter Scott C. Warren. So he should have known that was lens flare coming off the flashing lights. That just proves that they're trying to make money by getting advertising through UK magazines to their website or their own web page, so they can host ads. Oh no, not back to the Utah one. It's not a bug, it's a falcon. No way it's a bug. So he's got that one wrong. That's what a lot of people said on Metabug though. They said it was a bug, but they're wrong because the size is too small to be a bug. I mean, the size is too big to be a bug in that case, but let's see if we can find something better to look at, I guess. Close that one down. Go. So let's have a look around UFO Stalker. It always takes us to somewhere random, doesn't it? So we're in Italy, is it? Spain, is it? Spain down this way. So what do we got? See how a lot of UFOs are seen to be around the coast? Notice that? All around the coast. TR3B. Where'd you go? No picture. No one up here. No picture. Hey, we've got a picture. What's that say? It's in some language. It's not English. Oh, let's have a look. It's only a drawing, is it? I don't know. What's it saying? Structure summit rather. There you go. What do you think of that one, Renee? Could that be a piece of cheese? So we got a video here. Don't know if it'll play. There it is, little dots. There was a bug that flew by then. Another bug just flew by then. Don't know what this is. So is he moving around, or is it? We got no reference point. Oh, we saw another bug there. Shows you how many bugs are flying past the camera. So we need to download that one, assuming, I guess. Doesn't look like a sphere there, it looks like a balloon, doesn't it? I don't know how long it's going to take to download it though. Why is it not coming up? Oh, right. So it's a movie, so it's on an iPhone. 4 minutes, that won't take too long. So we got a problem with the translation here. What language is that? French, is it? For this. Probably could put it through Google Translation. I thought they had to submit it in English on MUFON. Yeah, getting close to 100, 96 at the moment. I put the wrong number in the last side chat. I put 94, I said 95, but I did say at the beginning it was 95 on the voice, so who knows, Google might shut us down with Tyler. Because I do talk about theories as well, which would be like fringe to whoever is going to be raters of the YouTube channels. But they said they're not going to delete channels or videos, which is good. They're just going to probably demonetize them, and which I don't have money anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. But to security upset them quite a lot, and recommends or something. So when someone watches a conspiracy one, they're not going to recommend another similar video on the recommend side, not to sort of get people hook, line, sinker looking at other similar videos. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out. But we've got interesting times ahead. Still downloading. 1 minute. Yeah, there's not much we can do when we're sort of looking. Looks like someone sent me an email. Cool. So that should be coming down. There it is there. That should change to a VLC icon when it's finished. Of course, it might not play in VLC because it doesn't seem to like movie files for iPhones, not iPhone 8 at least. But what's the problem with this one is they haven't taken a regular photograph of it, and you should always take a regular photograph. I don't see how that round object was actually a triangle myself when we zoomed in, but we'll see. But you got to take a regular photograph because it's got extra information that proves what phone it was on and what timestamp it is, because video files don't have all the information in MP4s or movie containers at least. So that looks like it's finished now, so we should have down here. So what we could do is play that and take some snapshots. I might be able to zoom it on the player depending if it's going to like the file. He owes me $1 million. Yeah. Probably owes a lot of people money. I can hear a chainsaw in the background. Now, hang on, I'll just play the music with it. Sometimes the audio in the background can actually be a clue as well. I'll send it to the stream. There we go. It's not going to play. Try again. VLC is a bit buggy. Why can't we hear? For some reason I can't hear it. Should be going. I've got it muted. Oh yeah, it's working. I think that's loud enough. What's that noise in the background? Chainsaw?
C'est quoi ce machin? T'as vu ce truc?
C'est quoi?
Je sais pas. T'as vu que ça tombe sur lui-même?
Ouais, je suis là. Hein.
So we don't know if he's moving or the object's moving because we've got no reference to ground here.
Alors, moi c'est une mouette.
Okay, we had a piece of paper that sort of told us that it was stationary. for a wee while. There it is here in the corner. There we go. Oh, was that a bird flying past?
Je coche le gratin, ça se passe bien.
Ouais, un petit gratin. T'as pris quoi comme bidoche?
Where's it gone, mate?
Que de meuf. Attends,
what's this here?
Quoi?
Parce que j'essaie de regarder en même temps que je filme, t'as.
So it looks, if you look at the wire, it looks like it's not moving at all. Seems very stationary. What's this white bit in the cable here? That's
Avec
kind
un
of suspicious
téléphone,
as well.
ça fait pas
Il avait deux pour Maman, t'as vu? Ça a pas la même couleur.
Almost looks like a magic trick. Hey, what happened there?
Ah, si seulement j'avais...
Oh, weird. So, I wonder if we can zoom in. We'll try it with this option. Geometric, or whatever it is, geometry. Is it doing it correctly? No. There it is there. Looks like it's doing it alright. Zoom in. Doesn't look like a triangle there. So let's play it. I'll just close that. There's a bit of trash when I saw then. Oh, where's it going? Keep it on tail, mate.
T'as vu ce truc?
Where is it going?
Je sais pas. T'as vu que ça tombe sur lui-même?
Ouais, je veux dire.
Alors, c'est un peu...
Keeps moving the camera.
Alors, moi c'est un...
Probably should stabilize it.
C'est une ouette.
I don't think it'll work because we need something in the frame that can stabilize it too. There was a bug that flew past then. So where's it gone? There it is.
Ouais, un petit gratin. T'as pris quoi comme bidoche?
I'm going to slow it down.
Que de meuf. Attends, ouais.
I'll just mute him. So where's it gone? Is it a bird flying around? You can see how pixelated it is. What do you think to that one, guys? Looks like it's changing shapes, sort of. Lighter balloon, just floating around. Yeah, he's got to go. It's sort of spinning around, reflecting light. Looks like a silver Mylar balloon to me. You can see the crinkly edges on it. It's just drifted an air current by the looks of it. Pretty cool though. Not very good filming though. Where has it gone? lost it. So yeah, what do you think of that one? Are you still around? What we can do is we can take some stills from it. We'll do it that quick and nasty way, probably. Just turn that back off. So where's a good one? I suppose it's not going to play properly. See, he's not zoomed in on it very much, is he? So let's take one there. Oh, and you got one watching now. How's my volume sound? It looks like it's getting a bit loud again for some reason. Kind of strange. Did it snap? Let's have a look. Yep. Cool, so the quick viewer is not going to do very good. So it's reflecting lots of light there. And so we need to plug it into the editor. Oh, what happened there? Retracted your own message. So maybe too big. Oh, that's probably still too big. Well, we'll try that. I'll scale it up. Still not much better. We're at maximum pixels there by the looks of it. So yeah, it does look like it's got like a balloon shape going on with the crinkly edges. But yeah, we're just saying it's got enough detail. We've got the balloon shape happening. We're trying another image. What was it? Not looking forward to the heat wave. Well, it's been pretty hot in Christchurch here. We've been having 33 days. So let's see. Still pretty small there. Why is he not trying to zoom in? Is that a good one to do? Looks pretty much the same as the last one. About 3 pixels on the screen. Suppose we could do that one. Okay, let's plug it in. So haven't really changed angles. Yep, changing all the time. I think it's just a Mylar balloon. It looks to me like one of these from a distance. See, I'll bring up an image. Silver Mylar balloon. Helium in it, obviously. Not one of those, but probably one of these with the crinkly edges happening, so it's reflecting strangely, like this one here, crinkly edge. And if it's lost enough helium, it's going to be slightly buoyant, so the air current will spin it around, depending how much the thing is. See, that one's sort of crinkly as well. But you can see there's so many variations of these silver balloons. Plus we've got the letter ones, but I don't think it's a letter, but I could be wrong. I didn't see any shape other than it being like a round balloon that's turning in its side view. I think we'll look for a more interesting video to look at. Oh, what did I do that one for? I was meant to do copy, I was doing close. Maybe I'm getting too tired now. What's the time? Yeah, it's getting that stage, isn't it? It's not working. Yeah. It's not much quality there, is there? I don't know if it's a number still. Could it be a letter O? I think it's just deforming because it hasn't got enough helium in it. But you can see the UFOs wouldn't change shape like that. So yeah, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Making too many mistakes now. Looks like something hanging down here. Could be a bit of stuff, string attached to it. You going? See you next live stream. Keep up the great work. Do you watch them? You wouldn't have time to watch them, I don't think. Hey, good night, mate. 12 o'clock here. You normally go at 12, don't you? So, yeah, I don't think we're going to get any better images of this. Doesn't zoom in. Just leaves me and you, Renee, if you're still there. There it is there, but it's not moving now. Wrap back thing. Players had a fit. Out of focus. looks like it's rotating because it's blinking. But it's certainly not a triangle. And there was a bug that just flew past there. Let's see if we can get that one. The bug was in closer to the camera, but it's out of focus. There it is. So we have to slow it right down, probably. Is it still playing? No, there it's playing. Let's try again. Speed. Maybe too slow. Where's it gone? Right there. I think all that movement was fun. And this thing's just floating in the air, rotating around in the air current. Probably rising up, slowly. Definitely looks like a silver mitre blue. Definitely not a triangle like he said it was. I was just seeing if we can see that bug that pops up so we can grab a screen snapshot of it. Or it could be a bird too. The bug that shows up, or the black thing that shows up. Just not enough detail. He hasn't zoomed in. Oh, see how fast it flew past? And I got it going really slow. It's going to be fiddly getting the bug. Normally I'd rip that using the command line tools. Can't even seem to get it by accident. Sometimes you can. But this player stuff's up. So yeah, I don't think it's alien technology. Human technology in this case. That one might be better. Oh, someone's running water. So yeah. Not enough detail. I've definitely got the balloon shape happening there as it's rotating. So yeah, we'll just move on. Just a quick look. I might wrap up in a minute actually. 12:15 here. What time would it be in California? It'd be late, wouldn't it? 3 in the morning. So probably won't be anyone around unless they're from the UK or New Zealand or Australia. So much for a triangle. So we're going to have a look down at Spain. Spain. They get quite a lot down there on the edge, see. I've got another one here. 2, 3, 4 meter black monoliths. Let's have a look at that one. Looks like Google Earth, doesn't it? What's that going to do with triangles? 2 black monoliths incident. Let's see. I'm not sure what they're trying to say here. Are they saying it appeared to them and as they're going along the road? I don't know. I'd have to translate it. So yeah, that was a bit of a disappointment as well. Another triangle over here. Another picture. Triangle object is cloaked. So let's have a look. Oh no, what's happened? Strange images. Looks like he's taking a picture of the player. So there's going to be triangles there, guys. Probably looking at that one there, is it? Don't know. Seen images and clouds. Looks a bit grainy. And the colours don't look right. Looks like it's been played with to me. Is it in English? Yeah, look at that, it's in English. I was watching the clouds as I searched for airplanes and I did my usual report of the chemtrails. So there you go. Noticed a strange cloud and zoomed in on the mobile phone to try to see better, but due to the bright sunlight could not see the screen. Only after viewing the image on computer did I notice that I had in fact found something similar to other secret projects. This one obviously watches security thing. TR3B, Aurora or similar. I send the original video link. Okay. So which one's the original? Probably that one. Don't know what that one is at the front. Nope. No, can't see anything there, just cloud formations. Looks like he's showing a still on his computer. So that's not the original. Guy with imagination again. Yeah. Another waste of time. So what was this one here? No. That's not original, he's mucking around. Or was it still playing? Okay. Oh well. Go through a lot of rubbish runs to get something that's more interesting, that's for sure. Photograph. Passage go to America, these Spanish ones are not too good. What do we got? Photograph, the drawn circles on it, so it's obviously not the original. So we've got a white dot here, could be a bug. Can't see anything in that one. What else we got? Drawing on. What's that say? 7 cap, what are those? So we're talking like pixel UFOs again. Probably wasting our time on that one. Could be birds. Or balloons again. Looks like balloons again actually. Oh, what's happened there? We'll just save it anyway, so assuming. Like to do more MUFON Wednesday, I think. We'll get some more spare time. Okay, what does it look like? Okay. A lot of graininess going on here. So I don't know what we're looking at. Doesn't look like the sky, does it? Almost looks like we're looking at window chips. Eh? Stuff on a window. I thought it was in the sky, but raindrops. Raindrops on a window. Looks like it to me. Someone's pranking us. So, yeah, what did they say? I don't know if I can work out whether it's filmed through a window there or not. Let's see if it plays. Well, looks like it's inside the house. Filmed in portrait again. Let's see the landscape.
Yeah, hello?
Well, it looks like it's outside on a balcony because they've got pot plants. And there's the windows. Oh, it's a big phone. Oh, come on. Now what we're looking at, top of the house, top of the fence line. Clothesline. Clothesline or something, yeah.
No, pero mira. ¿Qué coño es, tío?
They've got to be filming through windows. See shimmering happening. Is it like a sunroof in the house or something? Or a sunroom where they got sort of
Sí, pero no se ve.
glass ceiling
No
on
se
it?
ve.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of blobs here, I see. Yeah. That's not very good, is it? I was just trying to see. Probably have to download it to see what they're doing. Why would you film it that way, though? It doesn't make any sense. I might have to download it. I think it's a waste of time because it's so small. Looks like a couple of hoops, doesn't it? Let's save that one, Seaman. Oh, we've got a sub, baby. Welcome aboard, Jamie, is it? Save that. What opening? Still downloading. Yeah, what's happening here? HTML. Don't want that. Right, you have to click there first. Save. So is he filming it through glass or not? It's a bit hard to tell still. Pixelated. Maybe one of them. Maybe one of them was taken through glass. These ones definitely look like it could be outside. Or he zoomed in and got the pixelation, more pixelation. Yeah, so what is it? 2 letter O balloons, maybe? Let's put it through the editor and have a better look. So what are we looking at there? Could it be a letter Q? Letter O? Certainly doesn't look like an alien. What's that one come out like? Well, there's a lot of computer compression artifacts occurring. The white glow around the outside is due to compression. It's not actually part of the object. Could it be two different letters? Mile balloon letters, possible. C, O. What letter would that be though? D, maybe. So let's put some filters on it. Okay. It's not improving it much. What could it be? Still think it could be a letter D, but I don't know. Kind of strange. What else could it be? Let's just have a look. Well, it is a D, bribe. Could it be a P, maybe? Yes, it's possible. Still not liking it though. Could it be an R with one of the things bent behind? It probably could fit actually. R with that sort of deflated and bent upwards, so we don't actually see it. Okay. With the other thing bent up. It does seem to be something coming off there. I need my guys on the side to help out. Alright. C. What else could it be? Q. Didn't look like a Q though. Now the other one could be a G, couldn't it? So where is the other one? No. But probably is a C actually, and sort of got bent around. A C and R maybe. But yeah, I don't think we could do much more of that one. P. Could it be a number? Could be. What are we looking at? A number that's twisted around 9 or 6. And a letter O that's sort of twisted as well. Letter 8. Nah. Doesn't look like a 9. Yeah, I don't think we've got enough details, but I think it's 2 letter balloons is my best guess on that one. Could be numbers. Yeah, I think we'll better move on to the next one, or do one more maybe. That's kind of crazy stuff though. So, maybe. So we might go to Northern English country. So, America. Let's see, we probably looked at these ones. 5 UFO orbs in a line. Pretty sure we looked at that one, but we'll check. New York. Okay, that's a video, so we better see what we can see. Oh, it's got music. Don't want that, we might get a copyright. Looks like it's taken from YouTube, eh? Military flares being dropped. Illumination flares. Yep, look at that. Equal distance apart. Lincoln, like the burning. Oh, that one's gone out. Oh, that one's gone out. Flares, man. Why was that one lit up again, though? Unless the plane's flying back. I'm dropping it. The distance has changed. So it could be a plane that's gone around like that and then come around this way, dropping some more. But yeah, flares don't normally last more than 20 minutes of the illumination flares. So that one probably would have to be put into Google Maps and find out what planes are flying overhead that day. Rome, New York. Never heard of Rome, New York. So let's have a look. Is it near Air Force Base? What's it not working? Must have been named after Italians, huh? So there we go. So whereabouts is it? Where's it disappeared to? There it is. It's near a lake where you'd expect flares to be let off, actually. You got ones that can shoot up in the sky from boats and they parachute down. So that could explain it too. Detroit, eh? Don't know if they got any Air Force bases over there around this area. Must have though, surely, New York. Don't know. AFB. It's the closest one. US Air Force Research Laboratory. Is that in the right place? Looks like it's in a similar place. Where's Rome? Black River. I'll go and type it on the map. To Air Force Base we want. Well, there's Detroit. That's what we're looking at, wasn't it? It's right next to New York, so it's got to be here somewhere. I just can't see Rome. It was here somewhere. Right next to it. US Air Force Research Lab. Oh well, I think I might wrap up for the night on that. Get a bit tired now. Really probably need to plug that into playing finder. Kind of looks a bit suspect because it's playing music, so it's not off a phone. And we got no comment. The music is from YouTube. Kind of seems like a waste of time one. Right, UFOs over New York. That's that UFO website. Someone's copied it and pasted it. Wasting time, you know. Oh, we got back to there. Oh well, almost coming up to 6 hours, or almost 5 hours, 40 minutes. I'm just going to wind down now since there's no one joining us here. And no side chatters, so just wind it down. So if anyone out there wants to talk UFOs, this is your last chance. Because I'll be closing down otherwise. But it's kind of up to 1 o'clock in the morning here. So yeah, thanks for joining us, and do share and like. Liking actually helps me out on the channel for free. Costs nothing to be nice. And I'll see you again my Wednesday, which will be Tuesday at probably 11 o'clock at night, California time, probably. So I'll just cue this. So good night.